This just reminded me some other Pennsylvania political news. John Fetterman just being treated for severe depression.
He got to the Senate, I guess, and looked around, and it was like, oh fuck.
I gotta say, hearts out to anyone who has to get treated for severe depression, but God, I don't know. People aren't gonna like this, but if you're a senator, can you please keep it on the DL a little bit? I don't know, man. It's just I'm sorry to be an asshole, but it's you're one of the only people standing in between national right to work potentially, or just even more horrifying prosecutions of women who get miscarriages. Can you? I don't even know excuse he would use. What did he say? Was he in there for what? 4 weeks?
He says he might be there for a month. Yeah.
Can't he say that he I don't know, he tore his ACL running a race?
Yeah, he fucked too hard. He sprained his dick. Something cool.
Yeah, that
is true.
I mean, I like a lot of Fetterman's policies. I think he has definitely a good look for the Senate, but I don't know, man. You're just supposed to keep things to yourself a little bit.
Let's move on then to Pennsylvania, the Keystone State. This is maybe one of the better chances for a Dem flip. Right now, leading the Democratic primaries, we have John Fetterman. He's the big guy with the goatee, right?
He is very big, large goatee. He's less big than he used to be. He lost 100 pounds.
Ooh.
Which on a guy I think he's 6'9". On a guy his size, you notice it, but he had room to spare.
So he has been leading the Democratic primaries. More recently, though, he has been come under attack from the other candidates over a shotgun kerfuffle. Apparently, when he was mayor of Braddock, Pennsylvania in 2013, Fetterman used a shotgun to did not fire, but threatened with a shotgun to detain an unarmed black jogger, claiming that Fetterman had heard shots in the area and then just chased off after this guy with a shotgun who was running near his house. This is becoming a bit of an issue and digging his points a little bit in the primary, but it seems like he's going to withstand that and go on. What do you think, Dave?
Yeah, that story has been used against him in every time he's kind of got momentum, which is not that often. So he ran for Senate in 16. He got kind of owned, but it was the same time as Bernie, so he got a lot of that juice. And then 2018, he runs for lieutenant governor, and that's when they really try this. He's not that popular with a lot of Pittsburgh activists. If you know many Pittsburgh leftists, he has pissed a lot of people off. The thing that really pissed him off originally was he's not for stopping fracking, and wouldn't go along with the line on that.
Mm-hmm.
But so yeah, they knew this was coming, and it's been used either by Malcolm Kenyatta, who's this black state rep from Philly, who used to be friendly with Fetterman, or Connor Lamb, who's a white guy from a rich part of the Pittsburgh area. So both of these guys have been running around in the debates talking about how Fetterman did this. And the problem, I think, for them is their argument is that we can't win the election with a guy who did this. And
Mm-hmm.
it is not clear that the swing voter is gonna look at that, especially now. There are Democrats, I think, who look at this and say, boy, wouldn't it be great if our candidate had chased down a jogger with a gun? Then we would go on air and say, I support law enforcement. In fact, I've even dabbled in it. And it has not been dragging him down at all. And then with Lamb, just they had a theory that you could win all these local party endorsements and all this support from your Democratic clubs. And he is, I've covered them both. He's a more affable, backslapping guy than Fetterman. And it just hasn't really worked because Democrats are so scared that they think, well, the guy with the goatee who people think is a wrestler, I think can convince my MAGA friend. But the guy who's just a Democratic congressman, I don't think is going to do it. It's a very electability, panicky argument that has helped the Bernie guy, which is unexpected.
It's interesting to me that even though Lamb and Kenyatta, those guys have absolutely been getting blown out in polling for months now by Fetterman, that there's not been any pressure on them to drop out and stop their negative campaign against the presumptive Senate nominee in order to band together to defeat the Republican. It seems weird that there is no institutional pressure being put on these guys for what I mean by the fact they're still running these negative ads trying to remind people about Fetterman's incident with the shotgun after it's very clear they're not going to win. Wouldn't the party, if it was really as interested as it claims in electability and it is beating Republicans and saving democracy, wouldn't they do something? It's almost as like there's like a civil war going on in the party, not so much between anything ideological sides, because that was determined by the 2020 election, but rather by patronage networks. Like the thing with Fetterman, the reason that they're still going to like try to cut his knees out, even though he's got the nomination clinched at this point, is because he's not in the right circles. He doesn't pay the right people. I guess he is not like a flaming leftist, and his image polls well. Like he is not. There's nothing that is a poison pill about him to the electorate. That's obvious. That's not something that any of them really believe. They're just trying to prevent this specific guy from getting in the Senate, and I can't understand why, other than he's not part of the team.
Yeah, and it's not many people who agree with that. That Lamb has not found a lot of people willing to join him in bringing Fetterman down. The PAC didn't raise a ton. I mean, it raised more than $1 million, but not enough to kill a candidate who's raised a lot more than that. And then also, Politico had a pretty good story after this PAC started attacking Fetterman, where they just went around the Senate asking Democrats, and the reaction was basically, he should take that down. Can we not? Like, we don't need this right now. Just no attitude in favor of let's have like a messy fight inside the family to help hurt one candidate who we think is fine and can win. And I think a lot of it runs through this panic, like, oh, we thought 2020 was going to be a sweep and it wasn't, so now we're scared of the electorate. We're like, why would we do anything to screw up what is already going to be really hard? But yeah, you did not see Democrats rallying around and panicking the way they did with other Bernie candidates and saying this guy must be stopped. It just didn't happen with Fetterman.
Well, let's move on to the Republican side. This is kind of a mirror of the Ohio Republican primaries, because you basically have the meme candidate versus another hedge fund guy. And that is Dr. Oz making a play to become a MAGA guy versus Dave McCormick, who is the hedge fund guy. The key issues here, as of the last debate, were fracking. Oz was once against it for health reasons and now says, frack, baby, frack. In a heated debate recently, Oz was complaining to the moderator, notably, about the other candidates, claiming multiple times, she's not following the rules. I follow the rules. Ooh. And then the moderator threatened to mute microphones over a barrage of crossfire.
That's some nerd shit, man. That's embarrassing. That's some real Democrat shit.
But Oz got the Trump endorsement, which you pointed out, Matt, must be or could partially be to blame of just TV celeb guy solidarity.
There is that. He's another guy from the TV, and therefore he thinks of him as Trump thinks of him as more of an equal than these political insects that he has to deal with. But I think there's also a real calculus for electoral success here, because, as I said, Trump wants people who like him and kiss his ass and affirm his version of reality, but he also wants people who will win, because he feels like he is lost if a guy that he endorses loses, and so he always has to create an ex post facto explanation for why he didn't actually endorse him and they didn't technically lose. But he would like to avoid that if possible. So he's not just picking Oz because another famous guy. He does have a theory for the case as to why he's the best candidate, and he said the Philly suburbs, very important, a lot of votes there. Dr. Oz has been on the televisions of Philadelphia suburban housewives for 20 years. That's goodwill that's been built up, and that's going to make them want to vote for him. And I got to say, that's as good a calculus for trying to figure out how to to win that seat as I can imagine one being.
Before the endorsement, RCP polling had McCormick up 4.2 points over Oz. Dave, do you think Oz can make up the difference with the Trump endorsement?
I'm going to start to say that with the Ohio thing. I mean, he doesn't need to convince half of the Republicans. He needs to convince 28%. I mean, I won't go through every candidate in the race, but it's another one where just no one has gotten out, and it's complicated things. I was at a conservative conference in Pennsylvania to cover the race and talk to some of the candidates, and Oz was there. Like, they did a straw poll. These are like the hardcore right-wing activists in the state. Like, half the panels are about critical race theory. And he lost the straw poll there. And it's one of those examples of straw polls is only one thing. Because the winner was this woman, Kathy Barnett, who's like a election integrity. Let's just use that euphemism now. Integrity activist, who national Republicans know nothing about. She won. But Oz had like real, conservatives who just see him in the room were not that impressed. But it is going to be a lot of those people who just turn out. They're MAGA guys. Maybe they're suburban Republicans. And they're like, well, him, sure. Because this other guy, Dave McCormick, has spent all his money just trying to do like a Glenn Youngkin speed run. Like very, very quickly go in there and say, I also have a vest. I also am very rich. I have every conservative position that you guys have. Like he ran a Super Bowl ad that was just people chanting, let's go Brandon, for example. There you go. What else do you guys want from me? And I think it was effective. And this screwed it up. Like he was really trying to not get Trump to endorse Dr. Oz. Yeah, I think Oz has like a pretty good shot. And that's why another reason Democrats think, all right, tough year, but big wrestling looking guy actually from PA versus Dr. Oz, who moved back to the state to run for Senate. We think we got something there.
I mean, I will say that I like this because it is a battle of two different like actual responses to the reality of American politics now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like you generally only have one. Largely, usually it's a Republican because the Democrats can't face reality and keep having to vote for people who deny reality. Here you got a guy who he doesn't have celebrity in the traditional sense, but he goes against the images. Mm-hmm. He embraces the semiotics of a Republican. And that is a response to conditions, and you can see if it's effective or not. We'll find out.
We will. Biden won Pennsylvania by just 1.2%. So this is going to be a very close race if it does come down to Fetterman and Oz. One to watch going forward. Any predictions, or would you guys like to move on?
I'm not trying to predict anything.
Yeah, I love not predicting.
That's for real sickos.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm normal.
Well, we'll leave you, the listeners, with just the facts there.
Let's move on to the top of the bill. John Fetterman versus Mehmet Oz, Dr. Oz. Most recent polling has Fetterman with a comfortable, though not hugely significant lead. I'm seeing up 4, up 5, up 2, depending on the polls. More recently in this race, Oz has been getting. They've been fighting a war of memes basically throughout this, and they're both equally dog shit.
It was an meme war that Fetterman was winning because he was hitting normies right in their guts.
Yes.
He was doing the thing that no Democrat had been able to do because you either had the too cool for the normie left online going beyond their conception level, or just even too stagnant, too earlier generation. You couldn't hit him in the middle. This was a meme thing right into people's thorax. They loved it. Now, Dr. Oz, this TV oaf, very funny guy. You can make fun of. Fetterman, big dude, looks good. But then he had a freaking stroke, folks.
That's what I would call a classic bungle, a gaffe, if you will. Having a stroke basically the day you win the primary.
Yeah. It's like now
you don't want to
all
do
bets
that.
are off. I mean, like the structure of this race showed a comfortable Fetterman win. He is the guy who actually does threaten to break through from the cultural polarization around the Democratic Party, which is the only way that the Democrats can win is if they can break out of that ghetto. And Fetterman is a guy who could embody that direction. But here he goes. His giant head is now weak, and now I don't know. He's having trouble. He's struggling to speak at rallies.
Yes,
it's definitely now it's a toss up.
It took them forever, the Oz team forever, to just do what Republicans do with Biden all the time, which is Biden will give like a 20-minute speech, and then in the middle he'll say, "And folks, I wear a dress," or whatever he says.
Yeah.
And then they'll clip that, and the RNC will have a video that both like the kind of horseshoe left and the right are all retweeting like he's got to go. This is I can't believe this is real. He's lost it. And it took them forever to do that with Fetterman because Fetterman has given a couple speeches where he'll like eat words in the middle of it and they'll say, oh, this is it. Can you want this brain representing you? They finally got mean, but also that stuff is for it's hurt him less with like when they went in the media because the media when you have a candidate who's not accessible and they're not answering all the health questions, that's when everybody perks up. This is not, the JFK hiding his medical records. We need those records. So you've got like editorial boards around the country where John Fetterman must debate.
A bunch of nerds demanding tomorrow's homework today.
But what the Republican, when they're spending money on, is actually Fetterman. If you're a lieutenant governor of Pennsylvania, you're on the parole board.
Oh, right. He let out the murderer.
And which was like the hot thing to do even for Republicans until 2020 was, include Donald Trump, was I will listen to their case and no one else will listen to this person, but there's somebody who is, he made a mistake 40 years ago, let him out of prison. He was doing that. So all their paid advertising is basically just like hitting the Willie Horton button.
Yes.
Again, like here's a guy. Look what he did. crimes, and then
Crimes.
and John Fetterman, who blends in pretty good in ads about scary people, not in a negative way. Fetterman, the first person to admit this. The fact that he looks like
tough,
he could kill you
is part of his appeal.
That's why he doesn't scan as a phony Democrat to people.
But
they're able to hear him say a thing like, let's legalize marijuana, and be like, oh, we might legalize marijuana. Not
like in a tough
wah,
way.
wah, 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 which is all you hear when some fucking Connor Lamb-ass stuffed shirt shows up to shovel some more horse shit in your face.
Yeah, and that's been their thing, is like, this guy is going to let all the crooks out and they'll all kill you, which is kind of a more usable and you can use that anywhere. It's what they're doing in Wisconsin, they're doing it in Florida, doing it everywhere. If crime happened because a Democrat did it.
Yes.
Gotta say, the most grotesque part of that campaign for me from Oz has been that he's condemned the campaign for hiring these two guys who spent I think 20 years in jail.
Yeah.
And for a murder that they did not commit. Like they
Provenly did not,
like
yes.
they worked before they didn't do it. I mean, it was never even alleged that they did it. They literally drove a car for a guy who was later convicted of a murder. And they spent 20 fucking years in prison, and they get out and they get hired by Fetterman, and fucking Oz is like a demand to fire these criminals. Like, god damn, that's like,
Can I do one more?
But that's
these
their
people
comfort
really
zone.
are scumbags.
But
I
that's
mean,
the
you forget
thing.
about it. They're clowns, but they're also just real
Can I
pieces of shit.
give one real quick negative Oz piece that I found that was pretty stomach churning to me? Do you know about the dogs, the puppies, Dave?
Oh, no, well,
Oh, God,
with
that
a lead
wasn't
like
good
that,
move.
please
was
tell
a
me,
good-
but I don't know
that
about
was a good
this.
one for him.
Apparently
that's what's
when-
going to say Fetterman is that Oz is just a weirdo.
Apparently when Oz was cutting his teeth in the Columbia University Health Research Department, he trigger warning animal violence, not personally, but led and conducted a study that involved, according to one complainant, a litter full of conscious puppies being placed in a plastic bag and killed with an intercardiac. According to the complaint, the puppies cried out as they received the IC injection because it is, of course, very painful and should not be done without first anesthetizing the animals. I should put here clean. Trigger warning.
Trigger warning.
Animal
Too late.
violence.
It's too late.
I
I'll
thought
cut that.
Democrats respected science.
Yes,
and
well,
yet here
Maybe
they
bleep
are.
it or something.
Yes,
Oh.
but apparently Oz was in charge of that study. Real creep. This Oz guy.
That's the thing, is that Trump, he won because Trump endorsed him, which was not what the mainstream of the Republican Party in Pennsylvania wanted. They wanted McClintock, whatever the fuck his name was.
McCormick.
And
Close. Who
then
cares?
the base wanted that crazy lady, whatever her name is.
Kathy Barnett.
Yeah, and he came in and took the one segment of people who just like Trump because he's Trump and had no real deeper commitment to that, and said, I like this guy, and that was enough to split the race and win that thing. But he did that because he recognized in Oz him, and that this is a celebrity trying to run for office, and then he just thought well, I'm a celebrity running for office, and I did well, so therefore it works.
They are the most
And the thing is that
demographically similar people
it's
on
true,
the ticket
Yeah.
in a while.
But Trump is this guy who is singularly charismatic in a specific way, whereas Oz is kind of a weirdo. He's kind of a creepy guy. The fact that he was ever a TV guy kind of blows my mind. It's he has this unctuous quality that I think is reassuring on medical questions, but that reads as kind of creepy and insincere, as opposed to Trump, who is just this so fake he has to be real.
Yes.
Thing. Whereas Oz is hiding something.
And just not being from Pennsylvania. Sometimes people don't
that
care
doesn't
much,
help.
Yeah.
But not being from there, having spent crucial years there, where if it's one of those answers, sometimes he'll give enough time for a 2-minute explanation of why he came back to the state. But everybody knows he came back because there's a Senate seat. There's Senate seat lots of places. He came back for that, and he's not like Robert Kennedy. People are not giving him a pass on it. So that's been so much of the campaign, and they're trying to turn it back to I might not be from here, but I wouldn't let a innocent person out of jail.
Also, I can say the alphabet. I don't slur when I speak.
That's right. I can draw a clock.
I don't smell toast all the time.
Yeah, doctor.
Real quick before we get to the end, just thinking about the celeb thing. You know who the Dems should recruit for a major position? Jeff Probst.
The Survivor host?
Yes, I feel like he would give this reassuring calm of a guy who's been on TV for 20 years but could actually deliver
He
lines.
has been in people's living rooms every day.
Yeah, so
telling them about who's been kicked off the island.
Hire me as a consultant for that. All right, does Fetterman win, gentlemen?
Yeah, I think it's going to be closer than it should be because of the stroke. But Oz has a big deep hole, and I just want to say this: could you imagine going back in time and telling yourself or anybody else around you? Say to go back to 2003, 2004. Sorry, in 2022, there's going to be a fucking Sunni Muslim running for Senate in Pennsylvania, and it is not going to be an issue for either side. No one is going to bring it up really at all. It's kind of astounding. It's like, think of just, I mean, if you're old like me, you remember how much the war on terror, psychopolitics dominated everything.
Why won't Dr. Oz say radical Islamic terrorism?
And like,
Oh God! Wow.
I remember that. Oh
Yeah.
God! You give me a flat fact. Fuck.
Radical
falling down
Islamic
Jacob's
terrorism.
ladder right
that,
now.
That phrase real
Radical
high
Islamic
key fell
terror.
off.
Oh God! Yeah, like
I mean,
that
for
was
the best, but
that was the top
goddamn.
note on like the xylophone of the human like nervous system that they were playing
Yeah.
during the psyop game of like,
I feel like
literally a fucking a color coded warning system to just play it like a harp.
God, I
that
remember
was
in,
the,
like,
there's only two
2015
genders of like the Linkin Park
Yeah.
era.
Yeah.
I feel like in 2015 I had to do a supercut at Slate where I just like cut Ted Cruz saying the words radical Islamic terrorism
Oh,
like,
yeah.
400 times to prove some kind
Because
of
Obama wouldn't say it. Why
but
wouldn't
we
he say it?
lost the war.
Yeah.
We lost that war, and so we had to pretend it never happened
that one
and
away.
find a new enemy at home. And so
Yes.
none
Well,
of that
not-
matters anymore.
Not that never happened, but it was Hillary did it.
Right,
And
well,
no
it's
Republican
lost,
had any
but it's like
role
it's no
whatsoever.
longer a obtaining like psychic structure. Like those
Yeah.
aren't the enemies anymore.
Yeah.
Because we lost them.
I also think Fetterman will win, but it's going to be a nail biter.
That is the one where I feel because there will be a debate October 25th,
Ooh,
and that's the one
set your
where
cringe-o-meter for
because
that one.
he's never been that good. I mean, I've covered him for years. He's never been like a great orator. It's just that why is this normal guy doing this?
Exactly,
It's
he
been the
seems
thing.
normal, so he doesn't
Yeah.
have the bullshit. You don't think he's lying. You don't assume he's lying.
I
But the-
think even
Yeah.
if he is fairly impaired during that, I feel like if that is his appeal, that will cut through compared to the Oz, who's just bullshit.
Well, that's the thing,
Pure
is that-
bullshit.
And you
Which
can,
one of
yeah.
those is gonna hit your limbic system? Like what's gonna twinge you off is like this big hunk of man, maybe struggling with words, heroically struggling, you might say.
Yes.
Yeah.
Versus this Hollywood phony, like with the spindly little fingers over in the other corner, embodying that simpering daytime television kayfabe. The guys like Trump, by the way, exist by demolishing.
Yes.
I think he still pulls it out.
Yeah, I think and they've lowered the standard so much. It's just like the first Trump Biden debate where they're like, we're not even sure if his brain can be like put back together for 90 minutes for him to do it. Like, will he show up? Will he come up with a reason not to come? Will he hide in the basement? Like, they just kept owning him, and they showed up and he's like, he yelled a couple times.
Yeah.
People were like, well, I guess he's ready to be president. So that could happen too.
So we say lean Fetterman.
Yeah.
And I suppose we can start with John Fetterman changing the Senate dress code so he can dress like the guy from Smash Mouth did. R.I.P.
Yeah. Do we have audio of Ron condemning this, by the way?
Oh yeah.
No, but
We need that.
I
We
know
need
it's going to endear me to the hooting masses who love Donald Trump more than life. It's turning into the evil principal from a Rock and Roll High School sequel.
Yeah. Governor DeSantis, 75% of the voters you have to win wear T-shirts that are so big that they're basically caftans. How do you respond?
You guys want to hear some of that audio?
Yeah,
Put it up there.
It's really good. I promise you.
Yes.
Governor, very nice suit you're wearing today, but some may say you're a little overdressed to go to Capitol Hill now.
Oh my gosh.
Great start.
Did you guys hear the U.S. Senate just eliminated its dress code because you got this guy from Pennsylvania who's got a lot of problems. I mean, let's just be honest, like how he got elected. Well, I mean, he got elected because they didn't want the alternative, but he wears like sweatshirts and hoodies and shorts, and that's his thing. So he would campaign in that, which is your prerogative, right? I mean, if that's what you want to do. But to show up in the United States Senate with that and not have the decency to put on proper attire, I think it's disrespectful to the body. And I think the fact that the Senate changed the rules to accommodate that, I think speaks very poorly to how they consider that. Look, we need this country. We need to be lifting up our standards in this country, not dumbing down our standards in this country. And this is an example why.
Oh, perfect.
All right,
No, the people are
It's his
going to
prerogative.
people are going to rally to the banner for this story.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, no. If there's one thing the American voters really care about in 2023, it's showing the proper respect for the United States Senate.
But this does show, like Fetterman. I'm sorry, like if you are a electoral reformist who is seeking like some sort of dialectical synthesis who can like actually carry forward what you imagine could be a progressive version of the Democratic Party. And, good luck if that's what you believe. Fetterman is like your fucking Quetzalcoatl here, because he is the only one who, just by being who he is, actually breaks through the cultural polarities that like keep you in like a shrinking percentage of like working class voters, like just by being a slob. Like if you look at his margins in Pennsylvania, and they were nailing him for that during the primary too, and they were nailing him for literally having a stroke, and he won at so many like Trump counties, and then he shows up at the Senate, and the Republicans, who should by this point know where their cultural bread is buttered, that they are, if they have a future, it is at the no college party, at the not wearing a suit party. They just can't resist, and they go after the only thing they can see about them, and it shatters and destroys their programming that allows them to just effortlessly array things in the right culture war sides. And he's the guy. Too bad his brain apparently is not working too good, because otherwise he would be the guy.
Better the XXL shorts and slide ons than a hospital gown. But
I mean, I could care less if his brain works. Like if he votes right, I could put my hands over his eyes and he could think I could disappear. I don't care. Whatever. The real thing for me that prevents me from getting excited about any future prospects is he just it's a calculation I get, but nonetheless hate. But he immediately folded on Israel. He immediately.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, he immediately. It was clear. I want to.
He knows.
I want to smooth rides of the Senate.
Yeah, he knows where the bread's buttered.
There are jobs in which, like, even myself, like, I feel a certain level of, like, again, totally symbolic reassurance by having the people doing the job wear a suit. Like, for instance, pilot on an airplane. Like, I know, even though I know he's an okay pilot, like, if the airline pilot was dressed like John Fetterman, I'd be like, I don't know how good I feel about that. Again, totally irrational, totally symbolic thinking, but, like, I'm admitting that on my part. U.S. Senator is not one of them.
Yeah.
Like, They should.
I'm sorry.
U.S. senators should have to wear the sports jerseys of the states they represent. That should be the only thing that they're allowed to wear in the Senate.
The place where Jim Imhoff wandered in with a fucking snowball and waved it around to prove the global warming wasn't real. They're lying by putting these apes in suits.
So that's Fetterman slobbing it up, but I just have too much. It just seems like it's like an algorithmic response, and I think they're underestimating how much is going to blow up in their face. And we're seeing now with especially the Democratic Party, fucking that slob John Fetterman and his staff. Like the whole first week they were like, kill them all. And I don't know if they've changed their tune, but it just Obama's statement today, where it just seems like they're all none of them are saying ceasefire. They're just saying, we got to let some water in. And we encourage Israel to respect international law and protect civilians. And the thing I've noticed about that is Derek Davison pointed this out, and I think it's very important. Whenever you see one of these threads from someone from the Atlantic Council and 10 tweets into the thread, they're like, obviously Israel has a duty to protect innocent civilian life in Gaza. And then the previous 10 tweets are all laying out why any evidence of them failing to do that is actually Hamas disinformation. Let's just say you should make you go,
What we call in the business the "to be sure" paragraph. That you have, It's like a staple of that type of DNC or that sort of writing and stuff like that, because you're laying out a position that you kind of know is bad or gross, but that you think might be interesting to the powerful people that are reading it, and then at some point, then you have to get all your just stack your caveats and then hit your conclusion and get out.
Yeah, can we talk about Fetterman? Fetterman was on Pod Save, one of the Pod Save shows. He was on the Pod Save show, and presumably they were celebrating at the greatest humanitarian achievement of all time, 20 trucks of fucking graham crackers for 2 million people that are being murdered. And he was on there and he was talking about Hamas, and a few times he referred to Hamas with the pronoun he, and the fucking subtitles they use put it as they, but with the sick brackets. And it really tickled me when he was
he's imagining Carl Hamas, the worst guy in the world.
Yeah, he was like, Hamas, he always lies like this.
We knew a guy like Hamas in Braddock. I need to wear And1 shorts or I'll fucking kill myself.
No, but like as far as like the Democratic politicians go, like as I laid out, I think it's pretty clear where their constituents, how their constituents feel about it. The bare minimum, a ceasefire to the killing, like an end to the aerial bombardment of Gaza by the Israeli military. But like they have to like now that I think they underestimated that because they're playing like they're running in their head the old script, which is that America will always stand with Israel, and it's just like the contortions that these people have to now come up with on the liberal side to justify, explain away, or complicate. Again, the bare and basic fact that the Biden administration is abetting a genocide being carried out by a very close ally.
And also, I think running.
And in the world of gay news, there is no better gay news this week than the Senate ass fucking conundrum, or not conundrum. I would say I would call it a.
Let's watch the language, Will. Let's call it. It's man on man love in my book. Okay,
we worked hard to reclaim that word of conundrum.
Yeah.
Okay. I should say a former staffer for Ben Cardin, video of him engaging in intercourse with a male lover was posted on some sort of Slack or sort of Discord group for gay people in Washington D.C. and the Daily
Large
Caller
Penis Support Group is the name of the group. It's a gay forum where, say for example, there's a really hot guy on Instagram and you want to find his leaked cock pics, you just go to Large Penis Support Group, and you can find leaked nudes of many, many people on there. So I think that's where it came from.
You know this from experience?
Yeah, of course. And I think that it was from the bottom. It was posted to a close friend story of his, I believe. A picture of him with his ass up on the table.
I didn't even know you could post stuff like that to Instagram. Like we've gotten the Seeking Derangements account suspended for so many times.
You definitely can. I think he may have done the classic gay bottom move of putting a little peach emoji over his hole. But
yeah,
it's such a crazy thing that
all the clips I've seen on the so-called all the clips I've seen on the so-called free speech Daily Caller have been heavily redacted.
Yeah.
They've been heavily censored. But I'm just going to read here from Time magazine, the headline, What to know about Washington scandal over sex in a Senate hearing room. Capitol Hill was rocked over the weekend by circulation of an explicit video of two men apparently having sex in a congressional hearing room. The 8-second pornographic clip, first posted Friday evening by a right-wing media site, The Daily Caller, was reportedly leaked from a private group for gay men in politics. The report, which did not name the participants and blurred a face that appeared in the video, claimed it was a congressional staffer in the sex tape, identified the setting as room 216 in the Hart Senate office building.
It would be so funny to be like one of the like really old senators and just be like, oh man, that's where I sit. God damn it.
Okay. There is actually reporting about who sits.
Who is it?
Yeah. Responding to reports that the lewd act took place where Senator Amy Klobuchar sits in the hearing room in question.
No, for real? She hates gay men even more now. Oh my God. That's so funny. It was her. No, she hates gay men. She fucking hates
bullied
me
her
so much. She hates me. She definitely does not like me. I will take this time to say that as a disgraced gay politico myself, I do send my absolute support to this bottom. He did nothing wrong.
Yes.
And honestly, you're probably better off not working in politics. This guy clearly needs to start OnlyFans, start a podcast, or something else.
No, maybe not a podcast.
Don't you dare start a podcast. Actually, there's
this is our turf.
Yeah, but I think like once you start taking videos of yourself like fucking on your boss's desk, like that's basically a resignation letter. Like that video is gonna
get. He posted I think he posted on Facebook and said something like, I'm being attacked simply for who I choose to love or something.
So true.
No, it's really more where you choose to love them. But you know what? I gotta say, I have nothing respect for this young man. I mean, because our hallowed Senate, I mean, like, just fucking someone on Amy Klobuchar's chair is really funny to me. And you know what? For anyone under the age of 70 in politics right now, get out. It's a dead end. You're not going to do anything good. Whatever you imagined, politics is going to be like for you. It's
You're gonna have
not
to change
work.
diapers eventually.
Yeah.
I like the idea of like them doing this like while John Fetterman is there. Just like seeing how long it takes for him to notice. He's like, wait, has that always been there?
It smells like the bathroom in here. What the heck?
The headlines for this kept cracking me the fuck up because, you know, the Daily Caller and all these right wing outlets that are really running with it. They kept, because they were trying to sensationalize this as much as possible, they kept reiterating that it was gay sex with gay men happening. But I'm like, it's kind of totally redundant when the accompanying picture to the audio or to the article is literally butt fucking. Like it's already so scandalous that you don't need to be like, yeah, they were gay being gay. It's so funny.
It's to warn their older Republican
Trigger warning.
Readers, so that they don't before they put on their reading glasses to read the headline, so they don't look at the blurry picture and be like, oh, good for him. I'd like to tap that as well. Put on their glasses and be like, no.
I keep thinking about going back and talking to Harvey Milk, just telling Harvey Milk girl, you have no clue what you're fighting for right now. You don't think gay men can be in politics? We're fucking in legislative buildings in 2023.
The thing I like about them trying to make this a scandal is okay, with Hunter Biden, they were just showing everyone his cock and shit, but they're he was doing other weird shit. He was doing corrupt business deals and shit like that. But this is literally just two gay guys having sex.
Yeah.
And they're just posting it everywhere. They're like, look how gross it is. And it's okay, what am I supposed to take from this?
Well, I gotta. It's not just Amy Klobuchar's seat here. I like that Time includes these details.
So funny.
It sits. Her seat sits in a. It's not just the seat, but the hearing room in question. A room that has also hosted the 9/11 Commission hearings 20 years ago. Former FBI Director James Comey's historic testimony on Donald Trump in 2017, as well as several confirmation hearings for Supreme Court nominees, including Sonia Sotomayor, Brett Kavanaugh. Representative Mike Collins, Republican of Georgia, posted a photo of cleaning wipes at a grocery store with the caption, "Christmas shopping for Senator Klobuchar." I mean, if you're a Republican politician or in the right-wing media, I mean, how many variations of the joke I've seen over the last 24 hours of they're only doing to each other what they're doing to us every day, right?
Yeah. I going back to John Fetterman being in the room. I like to picture him being in the room and seeing it, but also Philip K. Dick when he saw ancient Rome superimposed over
he got hit with a pink light.
He just sees the 9/11 Commission hearings superimposed over the two gay guys fucking.
Yeah. Well, actually, speaking of Rome, this guy, they may be trying to return us to the fundamental democratic principles of getting butt fucked where you write laws. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Roman Senate.
Classic Roman move.
All of our founding fathers had a fetish for the Roman system of government. I think they should take it one step further. There's one last little thing here. One last little person they sought a quote from in this Time article. Madison Cawthorn, a former congressional staffer turned one-term congressman who alleged in 2022.
His name sounds like a gay porn site.
Before he lost his re-election bid, that Washington is rife with sexual perversion. He posted on Twitter, "I told you." He was the one doing it. Yeah. He was I told you, everyone. I told you what I was up to.
That was when they really needed to get rid of him, and they called up Ed Meese or James Baker, one of the true hitters, one of the Reagan, Iran Contra, real shooters who can really get dirt on someone. They pulled up a video of him raping his cousin
in the mouth. Yeah.
And it's like, if I was him, I would say as far away from this as possible.
You really don't want to remind
Like,
people.
people had already forgotten that he'd done that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm wondering, Ben and Hessa, I'm wondering if I saw there was another very intriguing sort of layer to this story, where I saw someone share it. It was probably like a close friends post by the Senate staffer in question, who alluded to the fact that his partner in this tryst was a German man. And he said something to the effect of getting some German sausage in the Senate hearing building. And I'm more disturbed by not by the anal penetration, but by the German penetration of our government buildings.
Yes. I would say that it's probably I don't know. What do you think, Ben? What do you think?
I think it adds up. I think it
German
adds up.
question?
I mean, German people are renownedly sexual freaks, and once one of them
Yes.
is gay, that's doubly so. It makes sense that they're trying to fuck in the Senate.
Yeah, we need to send an agent into their halls of power and find
We
a
gotta get
little
him
German
back.
twink that we can. Yeah. We gotta find a way to get them.
You can send me over there. I'll do my best, guys.
Yes. Oh my God, we gotta
prowl around the Senate buildings a little bit.
parachute you in like you're the first airborne, just like
Operation Market Garden.
Yes.
Yeah,
I don't get why the German guy was involved. Like, it just...
Yeah.
It seems like in Germany, they probably have a special day where you can do this in the Bundestag.
There's a special Scheisse room in the German parliament.
Yeah.
Where you can, if the bouncer lets you into the parliament building, first of all, then
it's really hard to get in.
He's very strict.
You need to know every legislator. If you don't know them by name, they're like, this normie is not getting in.
Yeah. Exactly. You're not wearing the
he's
cool.
not
I mean, like, I guarantee you that whatever
judge's robes.
I guarantee you that having sex in a German government building is like going to a German a club. Like the idea that you're going to have your phone with its camera out. I mean, you'd be bounced at the door immediately. They keep that shit locked down.
Yeah, you are not getting into the poop eating room, sir.
Yeah, the other gay guys fucking their twinks in the same government room are gonna roll their eyes so hard at you.
Yeah.
Pull out your phone to post a story.
I did see though that some Republican, separately, Representative Max Miller, Republican of Ohio, told the Daily Caller that the man in question had accosted him earlier in the week, shouting "Free Palestine" while Miller was being interviewed by NBC. The Senate staffer in question has denied doing that, but I just like that they're trying to, just sort of bring everything in here. It's like he said from the river to the sea while he was doing gay stuff.
I would never say that.
I just saw so many right-wing guys on Twitter posting like, this is the worst thing I've ever seen. I'm like, well, why are you watching that? Like, you're watching two guys fuck right now. Like, you chose, what did you think this video was going to be?
Yeah.
I was disgusted for the whole 5 minutes of watching this video. Brightness up.
I watched all 6 hours.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think I like the ones that are trying to pretend like they're not disgusted by the sex act. They're disgusted about the desecration of our beautiful Senate building and what it represents. It was just in that same room, they just rushed through authorization to sell another 50,000 rounds of white phosphorus shells to Israel. And then wouldn't want anything disgracing that august deliberative body.
I did see some of these guys draw an equivalency between this and January 6th. Like, they're like,
I wish January 6th had been that cool. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Pelosi's dead.
It's just so funny. It's just so funny to think about, this is the Democrats' version of that. Like, there's just there's no goal, there's no plan to get the speaker to overturn the votes or decertify. It's just, we're going to go in there and just give the craziest back shots ever 2 feet from where Amy Klobuchar eats a cozy salad.
So funny. Well, you know why she hates
I did see someone say, this is what they do in the same place they shot Ashley Babbitt. I guess they were kind of expecting these guys to get shot, or they were like, like, Roger, they're engaged in copulation. Take the shot. Over.
Has Amy made a statement? I really would love to hear what Amy's got to say about this, because she does hate gay guys, and I know this because I think her origin here is because her prom date came out as gay after they went to prom together. She gave an interview once and she was like, yeah, my prom date was gay. Didn't know it at the time. Found out shortly after.
Actually, the second he saw me naked, he said, I think I'm gay.
Yeah.
That's like, I mean, talk about like indoctrinating the youth into homosexuality, sending them on a date with Amy Klobuchar.
Yeah.
Maybe the Republicans have a point.
Next mental health status update of a politician I'd like to talk about is, of course, the scene recorded over the weekend of John Fetterman spending the night on top of his office rooftop waving an Israeli flag at protesters. Felix, I think you had the right take on this, is that this is finally a job that suits his capabilities.
Yeah, urban scarecrow.
He's like a gargoyle.
Yeah. No, yeah. Zero Palestinian crows will be coming to that building. I mean, people have pointed it out, but it's like, I don't even think like most people in AIPAC would do that. I think it's like, it's the same annoying part of his personality where you remember like, I think it was 2020 when he had that like, very 2017 style, like gay weed flag.
Right.
Yeah, where just like anytime people are like, "Oh, don't do this," he doubles down on it. But with this, instead of being like a sort of embarrassing online left liberal joke, it's supporting like the worst country in the world. I mean, it's just so weird. He's not even Jewish. Israel was never a part of his life. Until he was 50. His whole thing was like he was the mayor of a bad town and would like go on TV and be like, my town only has one basketball hoop, and people would cheer for him. And it's like, where does Israel, like, did you just start getting into Israel when you were 53?
I mean, like, I don't know. This is not indicative of particularly wholesome mental health. I mean, like, he was probably out there in basketball shorts. He's gonna catch cold, just robotically waving an Israeli flag.
Fetterman, you can't hide. You're supporting genocide.
Moving on to the next mental health check-in of current leadership of the Democratic Party, we had Nancy Pelosi over the weekend go on one of the Sunday political talk shows and claim that the Gaza protesters were paid by Russia, and then just this morning told protesters in front of her house to get back to China, where your headquarters are.
Ceasefire. China, where your headquarters is.
So, Nancy, which one is it? Who am I getting paid by? I mean, the checks, they are coming in, but I'd like to know. If is it Moscow or Beijing? You know, where's the return address here, Nancy?
Is Russia really that anti-Israel?
No,
yeah,
they love Israel.
That doesn't feel like they are.
Yeah.
It feels like once they get sick of us, they're going to go to them.
Yeah, that's what I thought was weird. I mean, I've always been annoyed by that because it's something that like no one wants to acknowledge. Like, Russia is where Israel buys its white people. Like,
Yeah,
that was
it's
what
like
the whole Pollard
mostly
case
Russian.
was about. Yeah. And like, they're pretty much the same like type of government, you know, just like a weird kleptocracy. Every once in a while, those two countries pretend to be mad at each other, but like, no, like they're friends.
Yeah, they have a sort of bond. It's like us in Great Britain.
Yeah.
That's where we got our white people.
Yeah.
So we have to kind of always be nice to them, no matter how annoying they are.
England should do like China does with the panda and take their white people back from the United States if we keep fucking around. If we don't respect the king enough. And you know what? Let's jump in right today talking about one of those losers who has no love in his life. I'm talking, of course, about everybody's favorite depressed senator, John Fetterman. Felix, I know this is one of your favorite things to talk about.
Felix is on the pod.
Yeah, no, you guys,
Let's give a shout out.
Yeah, today, John Redditman, he made an incredible thread, and it was sort of a a bait and switch, because it starts off, he's like, it's my son Carl with a K's birthday. And if you're not already sidelined by the fact that he named his 15-year-old son Carl with a K, which is, is he being fast tracked in the SS? Why did you name him that? But you would think, even just for appearances, if it's your son's birthday, if it's his 15th birthday, you'd be like, I'm so proud of Carl. Here's all the things he's into, or
I got him
just
Pirates tickets or something.
Yeah,
I don't know.
a short thing that signifies some familiarity with your son. Anything about him at all. Instead, he was like, anyway. The most important thing about Carl's birthday is it's the 1-year anniversary of when I had to take a medically prescribed nap.
Yeah, no, I've right in front of me here. It says, today is my son Carl with a K's 15th birthday, and I'm so grateful to be able to spend it with him and the rest of the family today and this year. February 15th also marks an anniversary. It's been 1 year since I checked into Walter Reed to receive treatment for my depression. I'll never forget the decision. I had been in a dark place, and going to inpatient treatment on Carl's birthday left me feeling like a failure. Clinical depression is no joke, and it convinces you that you're a loser, even if you've won.
Perhaps you should listen the next time it tries to convince you.
I like that when he says a dark place, with most people, I'd be like, that's, he's talking figuratively. But with him, I literally believe he was just trapped in a darkened basement and couldn't find his way out.
And,
I thought Walter Reed was only for troops.
Well, no, every rapid senator can go there too. Like they, how Congress, congressional reps and senators have the best health insurance in America.
They have a special high grade health insurance.
Yeah, and it covers everything. But they all
Awesome.
they have to,
including having a screw loose in your freaking head because of depression.
But yeah, they all have to do it in Walter Reed. So Dianne Feinstein was getting, her 8th facelift, or a surgical hair dye job next to, some guy whose face got turned upside down by an IED.
Yeah, Fetterman's there because he's in a dark place, and his the guy she's sharing a the guy he's sharing a hospital room with is Johnny from Johnny Got His Gun. So you're in a dark place too, brother?
He says, kill me. Over and over again. Kill me.
$0 copay on adrenochrome injections.
Prayers up for Senator Fetterman. People have speculated about this, that what some might call clinical depression, others might call the vestigial remnants of your conscience.
Yeah, his Israel stuff now, he's never been this obnoxious about it, but Fetterman was always really bad on Israel. That was the reason that I wasn't all that excited for him.
I remember, you had the correct attitude about Fetterman in real time.
Yeah, but even I didn't expect how he would make it his only issue. It's just such a strange choice.
Well, wishing him all the best. Drone attack, and by the way, I love that they've throughout the media this weekend. I kept hearing them referred to as suicide drones, and I just love that terminology, they're suicide bombers or something. These hundreds of airplanes were just sent to their death in a drone wave attack, like they were high school students in the Iran-Iraq war.
Most drones end that way.
Yeah,
they go into a tree, they go into a power line, they go into a swimming pool, the ocean. Probably 99% of them, they just hit something and die. That's what they do.
But my favorite thing to come out from the sort of the drama this weekend is resulted from the wave of drone attacks is, Felix. I know I just saw you post about this before we started recording, but my favorite new character is self-appointed civilian spokesman of Israel, Elon Levy. This guy got fired from his government job, and now he's just holding fake press conferences under the banner of civilian spokesperson for Israel.
It is adorable.
Is that a citizen's arrest?
Yeah, it's a citizen press conference.
Yeah,
and he's got a fucking he's got his own background and fucking podium and everything.
And it's so clearly in his laundry room with a green screen. It's so cute. I wish it wasn't in service of a genocide, because it really is adorable. It's like when a little kid is like, I'm writing a Star Wars and gives you like a sheet of paper with a bunch of stick figures with lightsabers. It's so precious. But yeah, no, I don't even know why he's doing that. Like, I don't think being a spokesman is like being an actor where you do a self-tape. Like, is he hoping like Azerbaijan sees that and is like, wow, this kid's got some initiative?
But like, yeah, no, how did this guy get fired from his job as like some sort of semi-official spokesperson for the Israeli government? Were his lies just not convincing enough? Because it doesn't really seem like there's a limit for the dumb shit that you can say in defense of Israel. But like, this guy was too much of a loser even for them.
If I'm remembering right, I could be getting him mixed up with another similar guy, but I think he like fucked up so bad that like he had to apologize to some British politician, like a Tory, if I remember right. Like I'd have to look it up, but like he basically like libeled someone. They made him apologize.
He said J.K. Rowling did the Holocaust.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this guy is very confused. There's a biblical exegesis. I don't know how to pronounce that. I should know how to pronounce that.
Exegesis?
Of the book of Esther. Exegesis of the book of Esther to be written about how Haman's plot to destroy the Jews was only symbolic and performative, and he intended it to fail all along. So I guess Iran is the Persians in the book of Esther, and they did that to help the Jews, so they're on our side? Is that what he's saying? Because that was the guy he was fucking a Jewish bitch. So he said, "You can't kill all the Jews, or my wife's gonna get so mad at me."
You know what Jewish wives are like. It's all your dick off if you go at the chosen people.
Yeah, he learned the hard way.
Yeah,
that doesn't make any sense. There's another one for those who aren't following: Iron Shield operation, Iron Dome missile defense, Iron Swords war, and Iron Wall doctrine are all different things. Well, that's really stupid. I'm supposed to remember that? Like this is supposed to make them look better? That they named all their shit the same thing? It's like when Reagan named something Star Wars. There's already a thing called that. Call it anything else.
Iron Dome sharpens iron steel. We all know this, Alex.
It's an Iron Age ideology. It's an Iron Age book written to retroactively justify why they should live in Canaan, even though they were the ones who were there the whole time. They've been there the whole goddamn time. No one came. They're all indigenous to it. Everyone who's there.
And then, at least from the U.S. side, I did love seeing Lurch John Fetterman on the Sunday shows, and he said, "quote Iran had to have some fireworks after Israel smoked that Iranian general, and I'm here for that." It just, I love
giving tea,
I love this guy.
Ooh, Hunty, I'm finna kill myself on my son's birthday.
like Fetterman, man, he is just like, Felix, you've been correct about Fetterman for longer than everyone, because like I see shit like this and I'm like, did Israel just plant like a small bomb in his brain when they fixed his stroke? But no, he's always been like this.
Yeah,
but like he's basically the only Democrat now. Like he's the only.
He has to be making it worse, right?
Yeah, but like right now he's the only Democrat.
The only responses I see to Fetterman now are Republicans saying the stroke fixed the woke. That's the only thing I see. Like I don't see Democrats really supporting him. I don't see, like, it just seems like Republicans being like, well, I guess his head being all fucked up made him not stupid anymore. And that's his entire thing for like 2 years now. Like what? And it's making Israel look bad. It's making Zionists look bad. So I guess it's good.
Alex is right. The only like positive feedback I see on his feed are like it's accounts called like Lion of Judah being like, I used to hate you, but now I think you're based. And like, regular like, Patriot Beagle. I can't believe it, but I like this Fetterman guy. And then everyone else reminding him that he tried to ruin his son's birthday party.
I just remember like before October 7th, Fetterman was the guy being like, any Democrat criticizing Biden is helping Trump. So, I mean, I don't know. It's fun to see his career now, where like he's being used as the example of how Biden saying that we won't back up Israel's response to this. He's being quoted as like, both sides blast Biden for capitulation to Iran, and the other side is just John Fetterman is the only Democrat not backing Biden on this.
Yeah, he's like Bob Menendez has been significantly better on all of this than fucking Fetterman. It's insane.
Yeah, he knows not to get a headline every day.
What's the shitty town that Fetterman's from? Braddock, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I hated that when everyone was like, "Oh, you need to check this guy out. He's awesome. He's the mayor of a town that sucks."
Braddock is lying too, sir.
Yeah, and he cared about it so much that he had to ruin his family's life to be a senator. That's how much he cared about Braddock, that he immediately had to leave and make his kids be on TV all the time and be in those pictures where people were comparing them to like Ron DeSantis's family and being like, look at this stupid fucking shitty 14-year-old John Fetterman's son. What a loser. Look at him in his hoodie and his shitty hair. What a fucking asshole. And Ron DeSantis's kid is awesome. That's what he put his kids through because he had to be a senator. And it's working out great for everybody.
Before he was a senator, he was always bad on Israel, and people always figured it was a calculation. Like, it was signaling to AIPAC and Democratic majority for Israel, like, hey, don't worry, you don't have to worry about me, don't get involved. I'll be, even if I know I look like a left challenger, but I won't, like, I won't fuck anything up, don't worry. But when he was just mayor of Braddock, I didn't understand the attraction, because it's like all he did was he'd go on TV and be like, we don't have Coke Zero yet in Braddock. Braddock has no Coke freestyle machines. And it's like, okay.
Well, that is fucking bullshit.
It is bullshit.
It is complete bullshit.
It is bullshit, but it's like,
I'll never go there.
You're the mayor. Why don't you try getting Discovery Zone to come to Braddock? All you do is go on TV and talk about how you guys have one basketball hoop. You're not like helping your town. Do you think that Modi gets on TV and is like, India sucks, it's bad?
He might. I can't understand him.
But I guess like he's always been like this on Israel, but like now he is like actively breaking with the. I thought he was mostly a careerist who would just get in line with whatever Biden or Pelosi, but like he's breaking with them on this issue, like in an election year, and it just. I don't know. It's very. I guess it's like it's not surprising to me, but it just is funny that he's made this the hill to die on, or the hill to go to sleep on. In his case,
does he just know that the Republicans are gonna run a normal guy next time? Like they're not gonna take a chance unseating him. But I don't think he would win anyway.
Yeah,
because he's obviously less capable than he was when he ran the first time.
I mean, who knows? He did have like. You know, the people around him ran like a very competent campaign last time.
Are they still there?
Are they
still on payroll? I don't know.
That's a good question. And the other thing is, of course, on the other hand, well, what is a normal Republican? Because there really isn't like a generic Republican out there. So like I don't think that there's like a Scott Walker waiting in the wings. But
yeah,
who knows?
It would take
maybe.
a lot, I think. I don't know.
It would be funny to see him lose because he would not take it well. But if I had to bet on it now, knowing what I know now, I don't think he would.
What if a Republican runs against him on a platform of anti-Semitism?
That's it. Now that's a good idea.
What if it's Jackson Hinkle?
Oh, okay. Now we're
someone
talking.
like that.
That's a great idea.
No, think about the visual
that's
contrast.
how you run against him.
Think about the visual contrast between Fetterman and Jackson Hinkle. You know, a guy who is always in a hoodie and looks older than he is, and a guy who's always in a suit and looks older than he is.
I think that would be the election of a lifetime. That would be a real.
It would be the posting election.
I love Jackson Hinkle. He's getting all this. He's getting all this press now because like his Twitter following grew by like 10 million people during the this latest Israel Gaza war. But like I like him because like people are saying, oh, like he's a con artist, like he's full of shit, and fine. But like look, if you are opposed to Putin, you support the U.S. military, and you hate Bashar al-Assad. That side has got plenty of 20-year-olds who look like they're 40 who wear a suit every fucking day of their life and then opine on current events. How come we can one guy who supports Assad can be a young kid who wears a suit and looks 40 years old too? I don't get why everyone's so mad at Jackson Hinkle.
Yeah, I like him because he was like, he's tried like everything.
He's tried every political ideology.
Yeah, like
he was a Bernie bro back in 2016.
He
man.
wasn't just a Bernie bro.
He was an environmentalist.
He wasn't just that. He wasn't just that. He was like, he was trying to be like a tertiary Parkland kid. He was like, oh, I'm in the Parkland affiliate system. I'm in the Parkland kid minor league system.
the Parkland high school without walls where you can audit chemistry classes.
Yeah.
If you live in California.
I love someone like that. Like everyone talks about him like he's so fucking sinister, but I think he's awesome because he has like Jenna Maroney's personality, but for politics.
We've been talking about this on the show for months, but have y'all heard of this book called White Rural Rage by these two guys? They're like,
say that 3 times fast.
Yeah, they're like MSNBC like guys. Their whole thing is that like people in the rural areas are all stupid as shit, and we need to put them in gulags and like exterminate them. It's a very innovative.
Tell me, I would like to know more.
Yes, exactly.
I gotta hear both sides here.
It's a very innovative take, I have to say. I've never seen anyone say this, and I have to give them points for that because they finally came out and said it. But that whole book is like dog whistles, man. It's like it's all about like how people in rural America they're taking all of our resources. They use the welfare queen stuff of like the Reagan years, and they apply it to people. It's basically J.D. Vance's whole thing with Hillbilly Elegy, but they've put it like a liberal sheen on it. And I feel like Fetterman's doing very much the same thing. It makes a lot of sense. I've met a lot of guys like Fetterman's in my life, like guys at the local municipal level who like position themselves as like progressive liberal guys and who are trying to get like breweries and that kind of stuff to your town. It's
just don't show John Fetterman like the equipment used to produce beer at a brewery. It's very frightening. It's a lot of giant steel drums.
Bro, I have more respect for Joe Biden when he saw the IBM quantum computer and like somebody had a tweet that was like, this is me at 12 a.m. looking like the hot dogs, you know what I'm saying? And like a quick trip or some shit like that. I had more respect for that because that's amazing. You know what I mean? I mean, that's a quantum computer, dog. I make a big game like I know science. Dude, I know that shit, but it's cool. But you're just talking about like, I mean, just what looks like could be in a guy's garage, you know what I'm saying? Who's a tinkerer, you know what I mean? And to you, this is offensive, right?
Yeah.
It's just such a weird move for Fetterman to make like these broad cultural gestures to a type of like sort of consensus, common sense, cultural conservatism. Because it's like, okay, everything I knew about this guy during the senatorial election before that, it's like, this is a guy that only exists in Democratic circles. Like, you know, both his parents worked for like Dow Chemical Bank, and he's, you know, the classic story where it's like a kid is smoking weed out of 7-Up cans until he's like 28. And then he, you know, one of his idiot friends dies in a swimming hole. And he's like, oh, I've got to get my life together. I'm doing Teach for America at 34. and he does that. Like he's only worked for like NGOs and shit like that. You know, Peace Corps. Parents paid for everything. They bought him a house when he was like 47, which is like crazy to me. I'm sorry. And then like, now he's like, I'm just a good old fashioned good boy. I like a regular pick, no devices for me. And it's like you had not heard a radio station that wasn't NPR until you were like 39.
Yeah,
like I just so don't believe you.
I mean, like whether it's Fetterman or the NYPD Comes department, like we turn back again to this idea of like, there's something radicalizing these students. There's some sort of like foreign influence that's gotten into their brain and made them hate Israel. One story at the top of all of our minds. Headline, Fetterman had speeding tickets, distracted driving episodes before car crash. That's right, folks. John Fetterman crashed a car yet again. Here's the thing. His wife was in the car at the time, and it has been determined that that the accident was his fault, which confirms what I've long suspected, that John Fetterman is definitely a fan of the J.G. Ballard novel and David Cronenberg movie Crash.
He was getting
So,
head when he did it.
He was giving head while driving the car, actually.
after they crashed immediately.
Yeah. It'll be different next time.
This is the only thing that helps with my fucking impression.
my dream outcome from this is like if his doctor is like, Mr. Fetterman, you have to wear a helmet everywhere you go.
Yeah.
He's in Congress, and there are think pieces being written about how brave he is for wearing a helmet everywhere. And that's like, that's truly, I hope that's the outcome that we end up with.
A screen from the Washington Post here. It says Senator John Fetterman was speeding and at fault for a Sunday morning auto accident in Western Maryland, where he rear-ended another driver, a 62-year-old woman who was taken to the hospital in an ambulance, according to a Maryland State Police report. Fetterman was also treated for a shoulder injury, and he and his wife were taken to a hospital by ambulance, according to the police report and information from his office. Fetterman brushed off the wreck afterward, brandishing a bag of frozen peas and Tylenol in a video Monday, with his wife thanking people for their well wishes.
He should have said that he did it for Pride Month in solidarity with gay men who also can't drive.
Yeah.
This was for you guys.
I picture him. I can't picture him driving any car other than the Flintstones car.
Yeah,
and I think that might have something to do with his shoulder injury. He flew out the front and just shouldered the car like the Rhino in Spider-Man.
Can you imagine what his driver's license must look like? I can't imagine fitting his head into that picture. He's like all face.
It's just nose and the two eyes, and you can't see anything else.
Going on in the article says, the accident was the latest example of unsafe driving by Fetterman, according to public records and people with knowledge of the situation. He has received 2 speeding tickets for violations of at least 24 miles an hour above the speed limit, one in 2016 and one in March, according to Pennsylvania state records. After the ticket this year, when he was driving 34 miles an hour over the speed limit, he was required by the state to complete a driver's improvement course, according to a person familiar with the outcome, who spoke on the condition of anonymity to describe the episode. Neither record said exactly where he was or how fast he was going. At other times, Fetterman aides have said Fetterman has texted and FaceTimed while driving, prompting concern among his staff and fears about riding with him, according to 3 people with knowledge of staff discussions who spoke on the condition of anonymity to describe internal conversations.
That's so cool. It really reminds me of like, you know what I think it might be? You know how in The Hobbit, when those 2 giant stone like golems are fighting on the mountain? The 2 mountains are fighting, and it looks like they're moving really slowly just because they're so big.
Yeah.
I think that's like how he sees life. He moves like a Godzilla, like a kaiju. So it seems to him like he's moving slower than he is.
Well, he's clearly not afraid of any physical injury. He could just be hit. Like he could be hit by a semi and be fine. He's so fucking big.
Yeah.
He looks like he's been being beaten his entire life. He looks like a cauliflower ear to me. Just one big mass cauliflower ear. He looks like the art project thing or like science project of like, this is what a person would look like and they could survive any car crash ever.
Yeah,
it's like someone with no neck.
Yes.
And like,
yes.
I think this was like immediately after he tried to kill his family because I don't know, it was like his son's birthday month or something, maybe.
Yeah.
He this was like yesterday or the day before. He was like in the Senate and he was like, "Oh, look, I'm wearing a hoodie over a like shitty suit." But the tie was tied like directly around his neck like a noose.
it's like what designer was that had nooses around the necks of all the models, and one of the models was like, actually, that's not funny. It's not cool to do that.
That sounds like something like John Galliano would do.
Yeah, I forgot who it was, but
Pride Month quiz.
I love that he really dresses like his mom let him pick his clothes that day.
Yeah,
like okay, you can pick your own clothes today.
I think the tie is so that like he only puts on a tie so he can tie it around a lamppost before crashing his car 64 miles an hour into an elderly woman. But unfortunately, the material just wasn't strong enough to. I mean, and this is coming
Yeah.
on the heels after he was interviewed by Bill Maher, and he said like his near death experience, like I don't know what do you say his near death experience. He was just like, yeah, it really changed my perspective. I'm a lot freer now, And then he quotes Jack Nicholson as the Joker, where he says, "I've been dead once before, and it was a very liberating experience." And well, then of course. It got me wondering what would be the because now he's gone like full hard right Zionist, and it just made me wonder what would be the funniest like political conversion for Matt to have following his brain injury. And I think I came up with Yimby market urbanist.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, but with like the exact same language and imagery that he's always used.
An unironic LaRouchian would be pretty cool.
MAGA communist.
Melanchon diehard.
It's like, I'm talking on the show and I'll just be like, you know what? Like, I don't think we can just build new housing if it just empowers real estate developers. But they'll just go, shut up, shut the fuck up. All right. So yeah. Best of luck to anyone riding in a car with John Fetterman in the future.
Stay safe on those streets.
Stay safe. I do want to get to a reading series this week because this was my favorite article that I read, and it is a profile of everyone's favorite senator, John Fetterman, in the Wall Street Journal. And I don't want to give anything away here, but the headline is John Fetterman on being the loneliest Democrat in Washington.
Every day is like your son's birthday. Ding, ding, ding.
The portrait of Fetterman that emerges in this piece is about as depressing as watching a Mike Lee movie. I mean, I don't know. I've just been watching them recently, and that's what's on my mind here. And it says, just the tenor is set early on. Walking into Senator John Fetterman's reception office in the Russell Senate office building, I first noticed the walls. They are covered with 8.5 by 11 images of Israeli hostages taken by Hamas on October 7, 2023. Atop each is a red banner reading "Kidnapped." On one wall are images of those who remain in captivity. On the other are those who've been rescued or returned alive or otherwise. I knew of Mr. Fetterman's unequivocal support for Israel after the Hamas attack. What I hadn't appreciated was the degree to which that support is now central to his political identity. He is an outlier in his party, only about 33% of which view Israel favorably, as compared with 83% of Republicans. "Come on in," he says in monotone, gazing downward. I take a seat on the sofa across from him. As I sit and adjust my phone to record the conversation, he says nothing. Eager to fill the silence, I mention something about the walls of the adjoining room. "Yeah," he says, still not looking at me, and begins a minor harangue on the outrages perpetrated by, he doesn't say Hamas, the Palestinians. "I've seen that video," he says, meaning the video reportings compiled by the Israeli government of the October 7th murders, "and I can't believe it." He stops. "Where is that kind of depravity, that hate? Where does it come from?" Even the Nazis, with all their depravity and their evil, they tried to kind of hide those atrocities. These people filmed it with their GoPros, and they cheered like they scored a goal. In the videos, they call their parents, and they're like, "Hey, I just killed some Jews." Where does that kind of hatred come from? Could you imagine like being in a room with this guy? The journalist is there to profile you, and he starts being like, "Have you seen the snuff film I have on my phone?"
Yeah, he's like evil Rocky.
I just don't understand why all this footage is shot from a helicopter.
Who gave these sick people anti-vehicle rounds? It's so not right. They say they can't eat food, but they have Apaches and they know Hebrew.
It says here, he isn't done. It wasn't just Hamas either, he says. Now he's looking at me. "Let's not forget the majority of Palestinians support what happened." Referring to the lurid ceremonies in which Hamas soldiers released hostages, Mr. Fetterman says, "Wow, you're so tough terrorizing a woman you've kept in a tunnel for over a year. Like you're so tough with your shitty rifles parading around. That's why I'm always going to be on the Israeli side, all right?" I nod, wondering if there's more. "Yeah," he says, "print that."
Yeah. Oh, you heard it here first. I'm not afraid to be a U.S. senator who supports Israel. The most dangerous position in the world.
God. He's such a fucking oaf. I feel like his version of like jacking off to the Victoria's Secret catalog is like the underwear being held up by the soldiers.
Yeah.
Did you see that
when that journalist asked him about how he said a year ago he would never vote against anything that like endangered the legal status of dreamers, and he voted for that fucking horrible
The Lake and Riley Act,
yeah. And he went, he just like looked at his shoes and went, I don't see why people care so much about what I wear. The only two things he can remember are that he likes Schwartz and Israel.
Yeah, it says here, 12 Democrats voted for the Lake and Riley Act requiring federal authorities to detain illegal aliens charged with crimes, but Mr. Fetterman was one of the only 2 Democratic co-sponsors, and he enjoys dwelling on the subject. I was always very, and still am very pro-immigration, he says. But he asked what a jury of 100 people in a Walmart parking lot would think if he told them he favored letting criminals stay in the country illegally. They're going to be like, hell no, that's crazy. Other data points. Mr. Fetterman was the only Democrat to vote for the imposition of sanctions on the International Criminal Court for charging Israeli officials with war crimes. Democrats and media commentators insisted that Vice President J.D. Vance had triggered a constitutional crisis when he observed that judges can't control the executive's legitimate power. Mr. Fetterman dismissed the claim as hysterical. And when the president suggested the U.S. could evacuate, rebuild, and repopulate Gaza, Mr. Fetterman, virtually alone among congressional Democrats, declined to express outrage. The journalist asked him about when he was like anti-Trump, and he says, at last he says, I regret some of the dumb shit I said on Twitter at times. On Groundhog Day in 2017, when he was mayor of Braddock, Pennsylvania, he joked that Mr. Trump saw his shadow 4 more years of fascism. Other similarly unkind remarks litter his old posts. As he explains his answer, though, it becomes clear that Mr. Fetterman has more in his mind than stupid tweets.
Okay, I don't think that's a physical
his response to that is, after my near-death thing, I kind of lost my appetite for all that. He says here, I don't doubt his acuity, but the effects of his stroke are detectable in his halting speech and his occasional struggle to pronounce words. Yet when he lost in fluency, he gained in equanimity. Mr. Fetterman mentions some of Mr. Trump's cabinet appointees who have appeared on Fox News. They've all said negative things about, and it's like, just doesn't bother me anymore. We could all say dumb things, and at the end of the day, it's just cheap heat. It's the stuff of the world that would probably be better without. He sums it up. It all feels different after facing mortality. I almost died.
Okay. Is there a reporter pulling the fucking string that comes out of his back? Holy shit. This fucking idiot has nothing going on. You talk to him for 5 minutes and he's like, the first 5 minutes,
I just watched footage of them eating a baby. Can you believe it? They say they invented shawarma, but I know they invented eating baby. And they still do it.
Minute 6.
I don't know why people care that I spilled this cheese on my short. The worst guy in the world can wear a suit, and the nicest guy can wear a tattoo.
Minute 7.
I nearly met Santa in hell. And it changed my life.
I relate a lot to Trump. I also narrowly was missed by the bullet that nicked my ear. I was holding the gun.
I put the gun in my mouth, but I got hungry.
I used to do this bad shit. I would post Gritty and say he gonna guillotine capitalism. Then I realized that everyone's a person at the end of the day, and we all go home to our wife Giselle. We all married to our mom.
How is he not third mic on Red Scare? Like it's the exact same arc.
It says here, he has the blowback from his own side. Has the blowback from his own side been hard to endure? Defending Israel after October 7th has had a significant impact on my small donor base, Mr. Fetterman allows. So the Democratic base is against him. He offers a curious formulation. I'm not much of a you should. I'm more of a I'm doing. That is, he would rather do his job than dilate on why he's not doing it. That is, he would rather do his job than dilate on why and how he's doing it. But I also know that for the base and for small dollar donors, that's really not what's selling right now. I think they want more of the performative stuff, the yelling and the explosive things. But I've lost my taste for that. And that's why I say it feels lonely right now.
I'm sorry. When he says fucking, I'm not a you should, I'm an I do.
Like, I love that because it's like,
yeah, I'm not about all that stuff where you say what an issue is or what you think about it. I just go to my job and I breathe in and out.
Like, is that so, John? You don't like the part where you articulate what's wrong or what's good about something?
Why do people always ask me what senators are doing? I do what I do. CEO at me.
Yeah, I go to the bathroom one leg at a time like anyone else. I sit down at the urinal and I read my thoughts.
I just try to put the square piece in the round hole over and over, okay? I don't think about why I do it.
I also like when he says,
I'm no different than a plumber. I go to my job every day and I put the poop in the sink.
I'm no different than a plumber, and that like my crack is always showing.
As we get to the end of this article, it says here, Mr. Fetterman no longer slumps in his chair. He sits up straight and seems exercised. So I asked the question I doubt he'll answer. Are you going to remain in your party? I feel lonely and I'm struggling to find what the true North Star is as a committed Democrat. I'm not changing my party, but what's the way forward? Look, I can't follow every example.
Literally, what's forward? Which direction is it?
I can't follow every example of performance art because I try to be honest. And I don't ever want to lie. But I'm trying to explain to people, America has made us sit in the corner. Republicans don't need our votes, and now that's where we are. I just love when he's just saying, like, I feel lonely and I'm struggling to find my true North Star. Like, to hear this from a fucking senator is just so insulting. It is so insulting to think about a U.S. senator being like, I'm lonely. I don't know what I'm doing.
All around me are familiar faces.
Yeah, like, are you fucking Meadow Soprano's first roommate? Shut the fuck up! You're 57! You live in a house that your dad bought you! You got your first job when you were 49! You became mayor of a town with one basketball hoop, and that's all you talked about for 15 years! And now for the next 30 years, you're gonna talk about
the time that I almost went down the tunnel.
I don't get it. He's got no energy except when it comes to Israel. Like, it is insane how that's weird. The only thing animating him. He's like a fucking zombie. And then when you say Israel, his like eyes like light up again.
I collect videos of sort of like, you know, when like angry constituents or like activists confront him, because like him on his feet is just fucking hysterical. I don't know if you saw that video of him in the airport where like the guy's confronting him about Gaza, and Fetterman just sort of like, he stares at the moving walkway trying to remember if all sidewalks are like this or if it's just his lucky day. And then after like 7 minutes, he goes, you know, this guy's like, it's a genocide. They're like shooting fucking children. Like, this is all, how do you support this? 7 minutes of this, and Fetterman goes,
"This is devastating. You're just devastating."
He's like, I mean, he talks about like, how would this look to 100 people in Walmart? They should have your job. The dumbest fucking person I've met is capable of more abstract thought than you. This is the most submental man ever.
Activists should stop protesting him and just start gluing quarters near him to different surfaces.
Like a crosswalk that he's trying to stumble across.
Done.
You could keep him from so many votes by treating him like a hitman NPC. Just throw coins like within 20 feet of him.
Wait a minute, dude. Are they changing how I get paid?
He's got a question mark over his head constantly. He's looking at the nearby bushes like, I can't see anything.
He picks up the quarter.
Wait, are they paying me every 2 minutes or once a month? If I miss this quarter, they might not give me another. I better pick it up.
I mean, look, depression is no laughing matter, people. But
yeah.
It's just, but you're like, it's just, you got to get out of bed every day. You got to like, clean up, do something active with your life. Like
depressed.
Fight against this passivity that's like ruining your life. You got to be an active participant in your own life as a U.S. senator.
At no fucking point did my depression cause me to become like a fucking disgusting Zionist who doesn't think Palestinians are people. Like, there's no excuse for this. You can't just be like, well, he's been through a lot. That's why the only thing that animates him is like, the thoracic cage of a fucking child being crumpled.
Something that to give the normals a little insight into the mind of the entertainer.
Many clowns are crying inside.
Yeah. You may see us rock a microphone, but the real rock is our brains.
I'm like Fetterman. No, one of my my hard and fast rules was that, and I think like everyone on the show has always been like great about this, and I've never even brought it up, but I've always hated like when someone who has a podcast or is like a streamer or just generally someone who can make the same income as like a medium good lawyer by doing content every week, like complains about like how fucking shitty it is, or complains about how mean people are to them, because it's just like, no one wants to fucking hear it. It's it sucks out there. It sucks to answer to people and to have all these responsibilities. No one wants to hear any of us complain about it or complain about people being mean to us, and we try to never do it. The only people that I think have even less of a right are fucking senators who work like 2 days every 3 years. And he's doing all these interviews about like, I just feel all alone. Like, okay, then fucking end it. It's your son's birthday.
Yeah. John,
jump off the roof of your house then.
Remember to go down the street, not across next time.
Do I even deserve this free health care?
All right. Well, yeah. I'll leave you with that rather banal and unbearably bleak slice of life inside the emotional and psychological well-being of a U.S. senator.
Sorry. One more thing. Do you think it's just a coincidence that his wife wasn't around to answer any questions for this big profile?
Well, I mean, he does say that he does say that he's lonely. I mean, he's lost like almost all his staff too. I mean, they've all hit the exits over the last year or so.
Yeah, crucially, none of these staff left over ideological reasons. Like, all of his staff are like fucking assholes who agree with him on all of this dumb shit, which means that, like, in addition to being a Dullard, he has to be like shittier to work for than Klobuchar.
I mean, Felix, there was a news report about his departed staff, in which one of them anonymously said that when they would like in a car with him, he would just be constantly showing them snuff films on his phone of like Russians being killed in Ukraine or Palestinians getting blown up. Like he is a really rotten person. Like, he's so depressed that the only thing that can get his heart beating a little faster or feeling a little joy is just seeing like murder footage.
What a fucking idiot. I feel sad all the time. I wonder if it's these murder videos that I'm mainlining into my weak psyche.
I just wanted
that. I can't. Oh, I only have such a weak spirit that when my son got a PS5, I walked into the middle of the road and said, I'm about to be the senator from heaven. I better watch a million fucking videos of murders every day. That'll cheer me up. That won't obliterate me. You can't, Senator Fetterman. You can't make it through Bluey. Why are you watching Live Leak?
I just wanted to give the mouse a hug. Now it's not moving.
Talking about how stupids who believe that they should become U.S. senators. Well, shit, one has already become a U.S. senator. And it's John Fetterman. And like, folks, like the New York Magazine profile of him, titled by Ben Terrace, titled "All by Himself." Basically, like it dropped right after we recorded on Thursday, and like I have been salivating to do this a reading series on the show because, like, Felix, I think you and Nathan Robinson need to take a massive victory lap. You've been correct on this guy from the jump. And also, like, it was so gratifying to read this piece and realize that every joke you've made about John Fetterman was, if anything, underselling it.
Yeah, like, I thought the concept of a guy who, like, has a mental, physical reaction to his kid having a birthday where he just has to leave or otherwise become the center of attention. It's so ridiculous. Like, who would do that? Obviously, we are, no one could sue you over that because it's so silly. No, that's actually what happens. That is literally what happens. And he does something more ridiculous than you could ever imagine. More insane and annoying. I give a little background. I recorded the episode that came out earlier this morning about the Dana Nessel indictments.
if I had not recorded that like back to back right after the episode we recorded Thursday, we would have done an emergency podcast about this article. But I'm glad we're doing it now because the reactions have been so funny. Is there anyone else you can think of where it's like the point of the article is basically like, you are dangerously stupid and childish. You're so stupid and childish, you're going to kill your family. And so people are speaking out, and that there are no denials. Like, the only defenses of you and the defenses of him have been from people who write for those like crazy Zionist magazines where they're like, oh, okay, so I guess this was all fine until he supported Israel, right?
I don't know. I read that thing as like he's really suffering from that stroke. I mean, it reads to me like someone has had some type of like very traumatic brain issue that's gone on. I mean, severe brain issue. And what's shocking to me is that like this has clearly been going on in an extreme fashion for well over a year, maybe more. And now is the first time we're hearing about it.
Yeah, but it's like at the same time, the reason that I was always skeptical on this guy was he was always really shitty on Israel. I mean, he did like chase a fucking like black jogger around with a fucking shotgun. And I don't know. It's like, I'm not a doctor at the end of the day. And I'm sure, like, absolutely, he's probably, if he's like scaring his family this much, yeah, he's probably absolutely changed.
Oh my God. It sounds like he's completely off. I mean, like, it's sort of like regarding Henry, except for the guy just gets, more worse of himself. Like it just sort of like amplifies his worst instincts.
Yeah. I mean, the subject, like the guy who made this happen basically is a show favorite, Adam Gentleson. And we've talked about Gentleson before, and I do think this article is him trying to cover his ass. Absolutely.
I agree. I agree. And I should say, like, Gentleson's a guy like I had on to talk about the filibuster when his book came out. And, he had worked for Harry Reid. And as far as Democrats go, particularly ones with sort of like Harry Reid's background, Harry Reid was pretty good. And Gentleson seems to have like, this definitely feels like a cover your ass because Gentleson just went so far down the road and was like, realized at one point, like, oh no, he's really crazy.
Right.
And it didn't occur to him, like, halfway down that road, like, I should really look into this.
Sam, it's like, it's insane because like Gentleson he was a Warren supporter. In fact, my first run-in with Gentleson was him like, he was scolding me. He was like, you quote tweeted a 25-year-old, you're a piece of shit. He was, one of those guys. And, since then he's become like a popularist. What makes this article so funny and what I think happened is he's obviously taken this huge right-wing shift where he's like retweeting IDF press releases and shit. And so he's trying to thread this needle of like, look, this guy, I'm speaking out now because I think he's going to like do something terrible. And I don't want to say I didn't warn you. I don't want to make it seem like I hid the truth, but also he nailed it on immigration in Gaza. It's so fucking weird. And it's like, he definitely would not be doing this if he didn't think there was like a significant danger of something like that happening. But like Fetterman said that Gentleton's like, he's a piece of shit. He lied, etc. And it's like, yeah, he's probably a bad guy. And he did it because him and Ben Terrace are friends, and they are friends. But what Ben Terrace is a real reporter who has like an actual book out that isn't just scrawlings and crayons and like pictures of senators' dogs. No actual guy like that is going to go, hey, Adam, you're my friend. I love you. So just make up whatever shit happened to you in the past 2 years, and I'll print all of it.
No.
What works like that? Nothing.
No, I don't. There's absolutely no reason to doubt any of this whatsoever. I mean, it seems like it's so well sourced. What this is, though, is Gentleson making an assessment as to when, like, there's no doubt the reporter knew about this. If they're friends, he's known about it for over a year. And it's just a question of when Gentleson's willing to say, okay, let's do it. That's it. That's how this works. And I think Gentleson, I think, feels it's a cover your ass, not just about Fetterman, but about his own behavior. Like, I suspect this is Gentleson saying, like, okay, I'm having trouble. Whatever it is, professionally or whatnot, there needs to be a reformation project, because now I'm just showing, like, this is about, I will be able to step away from some of the more extreme versions of which I presented this stuff out there, and create some type of flexibility. And all that's going to come out of this is that this is a guy who is incredibly loyal. You can be Diane Feinstein level of vegetative, and he's still going to be saying you're on top of everything. And he's only going to come out, way past the sell-by date to do this. And so I think that's what's going on here. I mean, this is something that, like, we should have heard about a year ago, without a doubt. Like, the car accident.
Yeah.
The car accident.
That was insane.
You can't come out today and say, I'm doing this to protect him from himself, when he is
He already nearly killed his wife and another person.
Exactly.
He fractured, like, a permanent life-changing injury. Like, a couple more inches, he fucking paralyzes her or kills her. And he's like,
because he's speeding at 70 miles an hour? I mean, like, are you kidding me? That's not... Someone's got a mental disability at that moment.
What did Fetterman even say about that after almost killing his wife, permanently altering how she moves, her pain reaction, everything, how she lays down when she goes to bed?
Sometimes I drive too fast.
What? Like what? What? You almost killed her, you fucking oaf!
Now, before we dive into this article, I do want to mention Gentleson, because he is sort of the star of this piece, and we mentioned this piece as sort of like an ass covering effort on his part. So I was encouraged to see Gentleson show up in another article today in the Bulwark, titled "They Can't Stand Trump but Fought Against Biden and Harris Over Gaza," and like this is sort of a well, what do they think about their not supporting Harris now? Because Israel has just basically announced that they like fully intend to starve and annex all of Gaza. Like, I mean, like there's just no more denying it. Like they're just outright saying that we're going to like settle and conquer what's left of Gaza and like and starve the people or kill them who are still left there. So Gentleson shows up in this piece, like I said, which I thought was pretty telling about sort of trying to produce a narrative that that sets the tone going forward. And I'm just going to read it from here real quickly. It says, quote, "We have zero regrets about everything we did throughout 2024. I want that noted, underlined, bolded, as clear as possible," said Hudafia Ahmed, a spokesperson for the Abandoned Harris movement. "Our loyalty is to our morals, principles, and our values. Not everyone has been won over by this worldview. Indeed, elsewhere in the party, frustration has been on a slow simmer over the absence of contrition or introspection from the pro-Palestinian groups. For them, the idea that those activists could look at the current situation in Gaza and feel vindicated about their election season decisions doesn't justify their logic. It lacks morality." Quote, "People are trying to justify their bad choices. I don't think it's a defensible position to say there's no difference. It's absurd to think that Harris would not be approaching this issue differently than Trump. We're talking about, paving Gaza. It's just not a credible position to say there's no difference," said Adam Gentleson, former chief of staff to Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman. Activists need to think harder about what outcome they're trying to produce. And I just like the line that they're annoyed at the absence of contrition or introspection from pro-Palestinian groups. How about their contrition or introspection? Like, why is it their fault and not the very powerful people who are running for president and like the choices and decisions that they've made? Does that require any introspection on the part of Adam Gentleson? Like when he says activists need to really consider what outcomes they're trying to produce. What outcome are you trying to produce working for a guy who said of Palestinians, quote, "kill them all"?
He said they're like spoiled milk. What? By the way, if it is indefensible to pretend they're the same, explain to me how these outcomes are different.
I mean,
how are they different?
I am of the mind that Harris would have been better. And when I look at voting, for me personally, and I certainly sort of like espouse this, is that it is not an act that you do to reflect your morals, that it's completely, it's the utility, it's a tool. But to say that non-professionals have to make this assessment. She gave zero indication, not even the slightest clue, unless you read deep into the Washington Post on a specific day and knew that Phil Gordon, who had been the person who was responsible for pushing Obama to the nuke deal, was coming out in some forums, waffling a little bit. There was zero indication that she was going to do anything different than Donald Trump. And so, the idea that they would not own this, there was so many opportunities for them to do even the smallest thing. Allow that lawmaker from Georgia, the Palestinian American lawmaker from Georgia, to speak at the convention, would have just at least gone far enough to make one tiny indication
to give something, as people just something to hang their hat on,
anything. And they gave nothing. And they did this willfully. They did this consciously. They were told over and over again not to do it. So it's like, you have an option. Do you put each activist, as they're saying, on the position of having to endorse and work and somehow figure out how they're going to have all this enthusiasm for someone who has provided zero indication that they would be different than Trump? Zero indication. She provided zero. Now, I happen to think that it would have been different because I think, Trump is a piece of shit and I know this stuff, but I have more sophistication about this stuff than the average person. It's literally my living to do so. They needed to take a responsibility for their abject failure. They fucked up, even as just an electoral matter. They fucked up and they don't want to take responsibility for it. They're the professionals. They're the one making hundreds of thousands of dollars. They're the ones who had a budget of $1 billion. They fucked up. And it's on them. Their job is to at least provide something for people who wanted to work for Harris, who wanted to beat Donald Trump. And they provided nothing. They provided nothing. And that's the bottom line. And it's all just a CYA. And Gentleson is just out there now. That's like, has the same function of doing a short film that you hope wins at Sundance. This is all I'm putting it on my dad's credit card, in his case, maybe literally. And I'm just doing a calling card. This is all this is a dude, listen, it's very difficult right now for Democratic operatives to get a job. There's just nothing happening in DC. Everybody's just completely flummoxed. And so it's no coincidence that this op-ed comes out this op-ed comes out when this story comes out. This is just a fucking PR push for a fucking job. It's twisted.
And the Fetterman article, that's the cover letter. That's okay, here are my terms of working for you. I will cover up any and all of your obvious mental decline up until the point where you start to maybe kill your family and it would reflect on me. But anything before that, I will lie, I will obfuscate, I will say that you're the future of the party, even though that I saw you take off all your clothes and run through a plate glass window when you were asked to tie your shoes by a doctor. Those are my conditions. Here is some of my expertise where I'm going to blame these people for the fact that Harris and Biden had the exact same policy on Israel. Yeah, I don't know why he's doing this. He's a member of the Bruce Gentleson Bank of the Bruce Gentleson Trust and Bank. So I wish him good luck. I would hate to just be refreshing Venmo all the time like that. But we'll see.
And again, I want to dive into this piece, but before it's just there was a little bit of kismet in another news story that came out this week. Sam, did you follow this story about the Democratic Congresswoman in Colorado who tried to kill herself twice, and we just learned about it now?
No.
Okay, yeah. Listen to this. This is Caraveo twice appeared to attempt suicide in situations witnessed by staffers. The first time was in February 2024 when she sent concerning messages to aides who rushed to her Thornton home and found that she had taken 19 sleeping pills and was drinking alcohol, leading to an emergency response and hospitalization. Then in April 2024, Caraveo showed up to an event at her congressional office in North Glen after ingesting a large quantity of powerful sedative and had to be rushed to the hospital. Aides called 911 and led police to firefighters to the Congresswoman. She tried to kill herself in front of her staffers by taking pills and alcohol last year, and we're finding out about this now 6 months after she narrowly lost her election.
Is she on Hinge? I think I found a new GF.
Like between like this and Feinstein and Biden, it's like these people feel like these staffers all feel like they're working for like Michael Jackson. It's like, you have a responsibility to, resign en masse, to walk out, to leak stuff to the press. Like this can't be the idea that like you're going to protect your gravy train in this way. And like, how much gravy are we talking about? That's the thing. It's like, it's not Michael Jackson. It's Michael Jackson.
That is the funniest. I was talking with somebody about like the world of political staffers, and it is so they do that that Joe Blue thing of like, oh yeah, I'm gonna piss through my $9,000 suit.
You need a hand with that? No, well, I want to spill booze all over my $6,300 suit. Come on.
But it's like, why don't you tell people that your boss is insane, that she makes you watch crush videos, and yesterday she chewed her fake cyanide tooth because you wouldn't make copies. And you're like, buddy, where else do you think I'm going to make $40,000 entire dollars a year? Well, do you think going to Panera 3 times a week, people are just giving that away?
Well, like Sam, that's why the context of this is what makes like some of the reaction to this piece in New York Magazine so stunning to me. Like after the experience of going through Biden having to drop out of the race, that like there is still the reaction among like Democratic media and party figures that are just like, all these staffers are a disgrace for their lack of loyalty to their boss.
I think Gentleson honestly should be like, the idea that people aren't saying like, how is it that you've waited this long?
Yeah.
It isn't like a major question for him. Like at what point did you think that like, was it his waffling on the Pete Hegseth vote that you was the final straw? Like, the car accident wasn't enough? I don't know. That seems fucked up to me.
Well, let's dive into the piece. It begins like by when John Fetterman was released from Walter Reed Hospital in March 2023. Adam Gentleson, then his chief of staff, was proud of his boss for seeking help for what the senator's office and his doctor had said was a case of clinical depression. His 6 weeks of inpatient care had been the latest medical setback for the Pennsylvania Democrat, who had had a stroke mere months before being elected to the U.S. Senate in 2022, nearly derailing his campaign against Republican Mehmet Oz. But a year after his release from the hospital, Fetterman's behavior had so alarmed Gentleson that he resigned his position. In May 2024, he wrote an urgent letter to David Williamson, the medical director of the Traumatic Brain Injury and Neuropsychiatry Unit at Walter Reed, who had overseen Fetterman care at the hospital. I think John is on a bad trajectory, and I'm really worried about him, the email began. If things don't change, Gentleson continued, he was concerned Fetterman won't be with us for much longer. His 1,600-word email came with the subject line, concerns, and it contained a list of them, from the seemingly mundane, he eats fast food multiple times a day, to the scary, we do not know if he is taking his meds, and his behavior frequently suggests that he is not. We often see the kind of warning signs we discussed. Conspiratorial thinking, megalomania, for example, he claims to be the most knowledgeable source on Israel and Gaza around, but his sources are just what he reads in the news. He declines
I'm confused. Is he writing about himself, Gentleson, or about Fetterman?
Okay, I want to point something out here. He writes this email of genuine concern. Holy shit, this guy is on a bad trajectory. Adam Gentleson, cannot allow this. I will not cash your checks in addition to my father's allowance. It's beyond my moral compass to do this. To show how much I care, let me just do a word count of how long this email was. How did he know it was 1,600 words? Like this, he sounds like he told Terrace, "Look how long this email was. This is how much I cared." This is a guy who is always in cover letter mode.
He says he declines his most briefings and never reads memos. High highs and low lows, long, rambling, repetitive, and self-centered monologues, lying in ways that are painfully, awkwardly obvious to everyone in the room. And then, I'm going to jump ahead for a little bit here. It says, Gentleson is a longtime Washington operator. He's worked for a liberal think tank and written a book about the filibuster. He and I first met when he worked for Harry Reid, then the Democratic leader of the Senate, and later we became friends. Gentleson continues to believe broadly in the Fetterman project, that Democrats would benefit from punching left more often and that voters crave a heterodox
Is that where their wife is?
and that voters crave a heterodox candidate willing to stick a thumb in the eye of his own party. He says his disagreements with Fetterman are by and large not political, but rather an expression of genuine worry for his well-being. He told me he hadn't gone public with his concerns earlier because he hoped Fetterman could correct course. So he's saying that this guy is prone to fits of megalomaniacal ranting and doesn't know what he's talking about. But at the same time, I think he's the most articulate spokesman for the project that I hope to see enacted in the Democratic Party, which is to move it more right wing.
A megalomaniac clock is right twice a day.
I mean, I guess the solution for the remaining Democratic senators is get a stroke, but then listen to your doctor afterwards. Because it's everything was going great until he didn't listen to the doctor, and that's when he starts almost doing Jonestown to his staffers.
Again, the idea that he was waiting to see if there would be a course correction. Is the car accident not enough? I just don't understand what has happened in the past couple of months that is more extreme than nearly killing everyone in a car accident. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Here's another paragraph. He says, members of his team told me that this was an early warning sign that something was off with their boss. In early February 2023, after Fetterman had indeed been sworn in, members of the Senate gathered at the Library of Congress for a caucus retreat. Fetterman, fresh off a hard-fought victory in the cycle's marquee race, should have been riding high. Only he wasn't. A staffer recalled him getting a text from a person at the retreat asking if their boss was okay. Fetterman was sitting at a table by himself, slowly sipping a Coke and refusing to talk with anybody. Later that day, another staffer heard an alarming report from a journalist. Fetterman had just walked obliviously into the road and was nearly struck by a car. There's another part in this article where it talks about how someone saw him walking around the halls of Congress and walked into a crowd of people and nearly knocked them over, which makes his driving of his getting behind the wheel of a car all the more insane. This guy can't even walk without crashing into people or nearly being hit by a car. And then he gets into a car and drives it recklessly over the speed limit and nearly kills two people and himself.
I have, everyone knows I have a very old grandmother, and it was a whole thing, for when she would stop driving. And she kind of fucked up a little. She didn't hurt anyone, but she was all right, fine, you're right. But she will turn 105 this year. She can still walk unsupervised, for the most part. That's not a problem she has, careening into a crowd of people.
I thought you were going to say she's driving. That would have been impressive.
Well, I put her up against Fetterman. I think she gets to A to B much better than him.
She knows better than to tweet while she's driving 70 miles an hour.
Yeah, she's not going over her recent Bill Maher appearance in the car.
I mean, that was the detail, because I was aware of the car accident, but that was the detail that this article shed new light on, that he was on a red-eye flight back from Los Angeles after appearing on Real Time with Bill Maher when he crashed into a car going 70 or 80 miles an hour on the Beltway.
He was, it's he was in the car and he was like, Bill Maher's right. Palestine is like when a hooker tries to take your watch. Oh, shit. There's another car here.
Felix, this sentence here, I think, is literally could be a joke you made about him a year ago on the show. Quote, he could barely string two sentences together, talking so quietly that everyone in the room had to strain to hear him. Fetterman then stood up and began walking around the office in tight loops, a move the two staffers described as doing figure eights.
This is the part that I love, because there's parts of this where Peter Welch from Vermont, all these other senators that remember him being more normal at some juncture, are coming in to check up on him, see what's up. And he's presumably behaving like a Roomba with water damage. And the staffers, everyone's oh, I guess this is just his day where he calibrates his motion detectors. How do you just think, the people of Pennsylvania are very lucky after that?
honestly, the figure eight stuff too I agree. It's just people walking out of that office who witnessed that, they need to be held to account. Like, I'm sorry, there's 100 senators. That's it. And to think that, like, well, we got to dig into the folks who are doing figure eights in their office. We're not going to be able to fill these 100 seats. Like, it just seems, it's like the Feinstein thing. Like, there's no semblance that there is a responsibility to the constituents in Pennsylvania, to the whole country. It just seems like, it just seems incredibly irresponsible to me, to people who are telling themselves they're in politics for public service reasons.
Yeah, like, is it public service or is it just service to the guy you work for?
I mean, go do this for someone in Hollywood. It'll be more fun.
Here's another detail from the story. Those first days in the hospital were rough. Fetterman was experiencing delusions. He thought that if he took a bed at the hospital, he would be arrested. He told doctors that he believed members of his family were wearing wires to secretly record him. In one chaotic moment, Fetterman grew convinced that a political rally being held in the hospital's lobby and that he needed to break out of his room to attend.
Do you think it's possible that his wife was recording him at times? I mean, I wouldn't be shocked. She's trying to, like, piece this together. Maybe she's talking to a therapist, or she's talking to somebody. I mean, just because he's like, what members of his family does he think is recording him?
It doesn't say, but it does mention his wife. It says here, but it wasn't just staffers who were upset. There was also Fetterman's wife, Giselle, who had become something of a political celebrity in her own right. She is a kind-hearted philanthropist, the proprietor of a free store in Braddock that gave away goods and clothing. A formerly undocumented immigrant from Brazil and a vocal progressive, in early November, just weeks after the attack, Giselle arrived at her husband's Senate office, and according to a staffer present, they got into a heated argument. They are bombing refugee camps. How can you support this? The staffer recalled her saying with tears in her eyes. That's all propaganda, Fetterman replied. Later, a visibly upset Giselle pulled the staffer aside, and she asked him if members of Fetterman's team were pushing him to take stances for political reasons. The staffer told her that the opposite was true. Many of them were as upset as she was. If you're pushing back on this, there's no hope, the staffer recalled her saying. This is horrible news.
Let me just say, the amazing thing is that his response, this is all propaganda. There's a huge portion of Zionists who have the exact same response. So it's like, that is not consistent with the rest of the story. That is him actually acting as a bunch of people who presumably have not had strokes argue. I can assure you, I have talked to people like this who have said, it's not true. None of that's real. It's all Pallywood.
Oh, yeah.
And they believe that.
Yeah.
Well, because, like, what else do you have to tell yourself to, what else can you tell yourself, really?
I mean, that almost seems like a I don't know, I'm not going to say quaint, but like a different era of atrocity when they were more on the Pallywood thing, which is sort of, they've been doing that for, as long as any of us have been alive to some extent. But now it seems like they're sort of done with that. And they're just saying,
right.
Yeah, it's all good.
Right, exactly.
All of what we're doing is good.
Yeah, you had to move into it's not happening to actually it should happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same province of Holocaust deniers, Armenian genocide deniers. It didn't happen, but it was awesome when it did.
Yeah. Let's see here. Here's the piece I mentioned earlier. In the final weeks of 2023, a Senate physician called the office, according to a staffer, to say that he had seen Fetterman acting bizarrely near the underground trolleys that shuttle people between the Capitol and nearby office buildings. He had witnessed Fetterman, seemingly unaware of his surroundings, walk directly into a group of people, nearly bowling them over. Giselle then texted that she had told her husband that his staff and doctor were worried about him, but that he had told her, that's not true, and I guess I'm not talking to you today, before hanging up. The doctor had also said he was fighting to get access of the Twitter account. She went on, please promise me that he'll never have access. One staffer told me there would be entire days when they couldn't let anyone outside the office be around him because he was in some sort of state and might say really fucked up shit to constituents. Sometimes he would just shut down, according to one former staffer. He was saying unhinged shit, according to one text, spending more time on social media. Stern wrote to the group that it seemed to him like Fetterman was spiraling and that his constant doom scrolling, I think he's essentially on all day now, would only make things worse. It's self-sabotage, Kat said. Him against the world is his comfortable place. Another staffer chimed in to say his boss had picked a fight in the Senate cloakroom when an attendant wouldn't let him bring a friend in. He said something to the effect of, "You let all these imbeciles in here, but you won't let me bring in my friend."
I mean, okay, again, I think that's valid.
Well, I mean, wait till you see who the friend probably was. Yeah, no, I don't. I don't know. It makes me think about this whole like shorts and hoodie thing. I think this is just like, we've talked about like airport Americans. There is like a type of person who loves like just gumming up the work so they can yell at someone. I think that's sort of his personality before this.
I do get the sense that like, yeah, that this, whatever has taken place for him neurologically has like brought out the worst, the worst parts of him. It's like he's maybe all id now or something. Like it's just there's no filters and all his worst tendencies are coming to the fore. And he doesn't have the ability to like regulate in any way. I mean, there's no political value to him. He could have maintained every single position on the Israel and that Palestinians deserved every bit of it. And he could have done it in a way that was not like, I feel like even hardcore Zionists were like, "Oh, okay, maybe dial it back just a little bit. Like we're not supposed to be that frank. Kill them all." I mean,
yeah.
Who says that?
The other quote was, "Let's get back to killing."
Yeah, like the thing where he says that he hasn't met a single Arab who condemns Hamas, calls the Palestinians spoiled milk. I mean, even the most insane Zionists will say like, "Oh, actually, all of them hate Hamas and they're tyrants. We're liberating them from Hamas," and that you talk over real Arabs who hate them. But I guess he's sort of reading between the lines, and he clicked translate from Hebrew on all those tweets and said, "Okay, I know what you really think."
All right, here's the last amazing detail from the story that I want to share, because like this is the culmination of everything Felix has ever joked about him. Moments like these are becoming increasingly difficult for staff to explain, and behind the scenes, things were worse. In March, Fetterman suddenly took an early morning trip to Hartford, Connecticut without telling his team why, leaving them at a loss for what to tell Giselle when she demanded to know why he was missing one of their kids' birthdays. Fetterman objected to this characterization, saying to me, "I took a weekend trip in March to visit the grave site of my friend from grad school who died in 1993, a trip my staff and family knew about."
A friend from grad school in 1993? I don't think you could use that as an excuse for anything. Like, I'm sorry. Grad school in 93?
Well, you want to get there before the 35th anniversary. That's why you do it on your kid's birthday.
No, but like, yeah, he has an allergy to his own children's birthdays.
Crash the whip like Fetterman. My wife wishes I was a better man. Son's birthday, I got a better plan. I'm on the E-way reading Reddit. Damn.
I will say that March in Hartford, you don't want to miss. It's the best time of the year to visit Hartford. It's just before the leaves get on the trees. There's nothing obscuring the absolute sort of like degradation of the city that has been going on for the past half a century.
Hartford is the jewel of Connecticut, truly.
It is. You don't want to miss that. I mean, I thought the Hegseth part stuff too was pretty amazing, because this is good. Like, this is ongoing. This is not like they're looking back. The Hegseth thing, where he basically said to them, like, "I don't want to vote on him. What if I just leave?"
I mean, like, do you think it's like a similar thought? Because I want to go back to the kid's birthday, because I do think it is so revealing. My read on like the initial joke about like the kid's birthday stuff was that he could not stand anyone else being the locus of the household attention. But I do like, there might be some truth to that, but also like the way he just said, "What if I just leave?" Like, no one in the history of the Senate has ever thought of that. Do you think it's like there's some element where he knows he's deficient and he's like, This is going to be one of those days where I walk into people, better go away. I don't know. It's hard to get into his head for a lot of reasons.
I mean, I think he could have seen it he could have missed the birthday because he felt like he didn't want to embarrass the kids there. Or maybe he's afraid that his kid is recording him.
I always knew my kid would fold under questioning.
And I guess the family member who's not recording him apparently is his father, who apparently calls him after his Fox News appearances to tell him how proud he is of his son. So I mean, like that could be another psychological factor informing his strange behavior.
There is so much father psychology going on in the Fetterman office between Gentleson, Fetterman himself.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Let me just this part about like right after that Hexit thing. This was like when people were saying, "Are you going to switch your party?" and this and that. And apparently, he was fighting with Giselle. He was crying while FaceTiming with staff, and he says they're trying to cancel him again. And the staffer says, "But we don't know who they are in this." Like the guy he's suffering. But again, it's like, it's like when he broke down after the Hexit thing, that was much worse than the car accident at 70 miles an hour. I just still can't get over that part. Like, how much worse does it get than the guy basically risking the lives of everybody in the car and everybody on the highway? I just somebody's getting away with having no accountability for this, it seems to me.
Well, it's all out there now, and you know, like I think he'll be doing some figure eights and like feeding ducks and like walking in, clipping into walls. You know, like again, like I mean, just the lack of being able to learn a lesson here. Like I mean, he should resign. Like this is crazy. Like you can't be a senator when like your brain is like this.
Yeah, and like I don't. The figure eights is kind of like the most insane thing to me because, like, if I saw anyone do that, like, Will, if you did that in front of me,
send me to Shut Up and Eat Home.
I'd be like, we're ending the pot. I'm going to law school. It's not too late for me. Like, no lessons learned after Biden, after Feinstein, after any of it. I just as a side note, the people who like are casting Giselle as a bystander in this, I do have to point out that she did meet with the Netanyahus, and like I understand that like she probably is afraid and everything, but like I don't. It's just like at a certain point, someone has to fucking do something. I know you didn't ask for this, but like shit, I on the list of people I feel bad for, maybe number 30 million. Behind everyone, every fucking Palestinian, everyone in Syria, everyone in Lebanon and Yemen. And actually someone who could maybe put their foot down because none of these fucking staffers will. I get it. I get that like having a family complicates things, but like shit, like no one else is clearly going to do anything.
I'm more sympathetic with her because of the whole family thing. Like, if there's something that happened, you know, if he does resign, you want to be able to maintain your family and get the guy some help. But like, I imagine right now, Chuck Schumer is asking his aides, like, is there a place I can go for 3 months so I don't have to deal with this? Like,
yeah.
Well,
maybe
I mean,
I gotta go on a fact-finding mission somewhere because he's so cowardly about this stuff. And let's be clear, Feinstein, the reason why they didn't want to get rid of it, supposedly, you know, it's 50-50 Senate. Fetterman, we can afford to have him not be there for a while. Like the guy is a danger. He's a danger to himself and to others.
But Sam, like to that point, like you think that like the antics of this mentally ill ogre are being like covered up, and like they're still covering for him because, like as Gentleson said, they essentially think he is useful to like rebranding the Democratic Party as being, against immigration and like this kind of like poking their own base and like going to war with their own like progressive anti-war base. That they think that like he is still, despite his obvious like difficulties, shall we say, that he's still useful to them in that regard as like the Fox News Democrat.
I mean, I don't know. The guy who's doing figure eights believes in this. Maybe we should follow him down the like it seems like a built-in. I gotta say, my co-host Emma Vigeland, she was pretty excited about Fetterman back in the day, where I think people were enticed by his populist streak. But she's been saying for a long time, like, I really think there's something mentally going wrong with him. Like a lot of this is coming out of that. I'm like, there's no evidence of that whatsoever. And of course, there was huge evidence of it. We just don't have access to it. I still can't get over the car thing. That's like, it's one thing. Okay, every day for 20 minutes, he does figure eights. It's the way that he calms himself. It's not hurting anybody. But when he tries to do this on a highway, it seems to me like that's when you got to step in and say, this is going to end in tragedy. And frankly, all of those people, had somebody died, all of those people in that office, in my mind, have a responsibility and some culpability if they have not gone out and said anything.
Absolutely. If they'd just seen him slug a pint of scotch before getting behind the wheel of a car and they were like, yeah, sure, we'll let you drive. Like,
wait, has anyone tried that? make him a little normal again?
Do the Cary Grant North by Northwest thing.
Yeah.
I had a buddy once back in my comedy days. We were living in a sort of like it wasn't quite a halfway house, but it was sort of like of that ilk. And I was sitting in my my one room apartment, and he would jog to work like 15 miles outside of downtown Cambridge, out to his job at night. And he came in one day and he's like, I figured out how to get rid of my shin splints. I drink a half a bottle of wine before I start running. And that's like, maybe it would help Fetterman just a little bit. Take the edge off just a little bit.
On that line about, is he literally a useful idiot for like some of these centrist people who aspire to make the Democratic Party more right? Did you guys see Matt Yglesias after this article came out doing a long thread saying that perhaps Fetterman is still the future that the party needs because of the popularity of whatever his immigration policies and stuff? After going to the bat for Biden, like, I'm sorry, all your heroes are brain dead.
Is this like the people who are like, well, Chris Benoit was an awesome wrestler?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, Iglesias did he did the thing when after Biden dropped out where he was just like, well, when they escorted me into the White House to talk to him for 2 minutes, he seemed totally on point to me. So how was I to know?
Exactly.
Well, best of luck to the Fetterman wranglers out there. I hope you can, maybe direct him to, walk in some more interesting shapes on his daily depression quests.
I mean, if you're not going to do anything, I think if you gave him a big noticeable car where everyone could get out of the way, there's
an ice cream truck. An ice cream truck.
Ice cream truck is a good one. I was thinking more in the vein of
no, not an ice cream truck. Kids run to that.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
And he'll probably think these kids are mic'd. I've got to hit them all.
Look, we've talked a lot on the show recently about the politics in this country of Israel, Palestine, and what's going on in Gaza. We've talked a lot about the sort of media reactions to it. But I mean, to be quite honest, I have avoided talking about what's actually happening there. I mean, I haven't been avoiding it, but I don't have any way to talk about it that's entertaining, because I don't know if you've seen just the last week of what's happening in Gaza, the attack on that restaurant.
Yeah.
But, we are seeing, I mean, it's nothing new here, but we are seeing just scenes of such absolute unspeakable horror and mass murder. It challenges my ability to use words to convey meaning and describe what we're seeing here. It's just absolute barbarity. And and the Israeli government stating openly and loudly that their plan is to, quote, concentrate the remaining population of Gaza into ever and smaller enclaves while they settle the rest of Gaza and basically starve and kill anyone left. And we're seeing that right now. I mean, the scenes I saw of that attack on that restaurant, which was one of the last places with food left in Gaza. Gee, I wonder why they hit it with a missile. is just like just the bodies of children just strewn everywhere. It is indescribable.
Right, and the open statements of both the military and the current war cabinet is all the things that if you said them in 2023 or 2024, people would go, "Hey, I don't like Netanyahu, but that you're being a conspiracy theorist, and you
can't possibly be arguing that Israel's goal is to just intentionally kill civilians or wipe out Palestinians. I mean, let's not be crazy here."
Yeah, and yes, these are the things like attacking one of the last places that can consistently provide food for the people still there. We've seen this before. They've done that with bakeries. They've done it with hospitals. There's a recurring Israeli ethos of kill everyone who is all they are trying to do is keep people alive and maintain some semblance of life and light and their culture and way of life amidst this terrific genocide. Kill them whenever possible. If not possible, kill their families. So they are too heartbroken to keep doing that. And it is the only thing I can compare like this most recent stretch of it to in, the past 100 years of history would probably be the Third Reich's conduct in the last 2 years of World War II in Eastern Europe, in the places it was still able to have like a garrison of SS while they were being pushed back. This is, what Reinhard Heydrich would do if he had fifth generation jets.
And, to put on top of that, right before I got on to record today, there's yet another video of Israeli prison guards gang raping and torturing one of their Palestinian prisoners. And this is just, there's video of it. Video. And that's not going to be, I guarantee you that will not be covered anywhere in the Western media.
No.
This is my just rather grim way of introducing our last topic for the interview, which is, of course, John Fetterman's at it again. And I bring it up because John Fetterman, I really think, Felix, you have described him as a golem created by Israel. And I keep thinking about this thing of Israel is like a tulpa created by the United States and European imperial powers as sort of this smaller copy of ourselves made in our image to carry out our evil will at a time when imperialism was officially not okay anymore. You're not allowed to have colonies and, kill everyone who lives there. And then I think there's another process whereby Israel creates a golem and makes him a Pennsylvania senator that's just the perfect representation of them. And I bring that up and because just yesterday, there's another a Fetterman account. It was basically the day before the New York Magazine article dropped. There is this account of him. I'm quoting here. Before long, Fetterman began repeating himself, shouting and questioning, "Why is everybody mad at me? Why does everybody hate me? What did I ever do?" And slamming his hands on a desk, according to one person who was briefed on what occurred. As the meeting deteriorated, a staff member moved to end it and ushered the visitors into the hallway where she broke down crying. The staffer was comforted by the teachers who were themselves rattled by Fetterman's behavior, according to a second person who was briefed separately on the meeting. So this is an account of Fetterman's behavior at a meeting with teachers union representatives. But it's his loud bellowing and just weepy invective about why is everybody mad at me? Why does everybody hate me? And then everything else out of this guy's mouth is kill, exterminate the brutes, kill them all.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when I saw this account, I got 10 messages about it within 30 minutes of the article being posted. And obviously, when I read it, I laughing till tears were in my fucking eyes. But this is not only is this classic Israeli type behavior, this is the most popular personality type in this iteration of America. Someone who goes out of their way to fucking antagonize everyone all the time, saying and doing things they know will piss people off so they can go, look at how mad I make them. I must be doing something right. But then, of course, for most people who do that, purposely making yourself the locus of everyone's hatred for not because you necessarily think it's funny or because it's useful in some way or really because of any ideological conviction one way or the other, just because you don't even really know why you're doing it, short of the fact that you love attention and can create some sort of public justification post facto. But inevitably, people who know that little about themselves will go, before they'll go, I don't care what people say about me. I know who I am. As if that's
those
some type
people
of
care more
accomplishment.
than anyone else.
Right. Those people, not only do they care more than anyone else because they have completely rewired their personality to reflect that, they know so little about themselves. They do not realize how badly affected by all of people's justifiable hatred that they go, I don't care. They can say whatever they want until one day the weight of it is too much and they freak out like this. Fetterman's the most extreme example, but there's thousands of these fucking people now. With this is a classic Fetterman story because the oafishness, just the direct, why do you hate me from a fucking 53-year-old U.S. senator. The fact that he probably tried to get up and storm off, but the desk was caught around his stupid body. But I have to, the aide crying is so interesting to me because it's like, well, why the fuck? Why are you crying? Because he's loud? This is what you signed up for. Like, what?
And Felix, once again, like I'm seeing the reactions just to this news clipping, and it's the exact same reactions that I've seen for the New York Magazine profile engendered, which is they're coming for Fetterman because he supports Israel and is critical on immigration. And then the repeated insistence that all of these stories, these well-sourced stories from everyone who's worked around him, and including his former chief of staff, who's named in the New York Magazine profile, they're all claiming that these stories are unverified and that there's, quote, no evidence of his mental decline or erratic behavior. And like, this is behavior that has been witnessed by dozens, if not hundreds of people, many of whom have gone on the record.
No, they're all lying. And everyone is turning a blind eye. Everyone is conspiring against this guy because he's doing the most outrageous thing in the world, which is being a Democratic senator who's right wing on Israel and immigration. No one's ever tried that before.
And by the way, Chuck Schumer has came out yesterday to stand with Fetterman and said, "quote He's an all-star."
He's gonna lose this fucking primary
at the psych. Yeah, like at the psych ward. Like, I mean, like he's pretty close to murder. He's pretty close to murdering himself.
If he makes it,
if he ended up murdering a family member, like he's pretty close to like killing someone.
Right. That was the secondary thing I thought, which is like, this is hilarious. I'm going to enjoy laughing at this, but there's going to come a point where we're not going to be able to really make that many Fetterman jokes for the next 5 years. Because I'm not even fucking joking. Unless someone steps in and does something, takes away the fucking gun, very high likelihood that something very tragic happens. I don't mean him prematurely ending his own term. I mean, like, something happens to his family at his hand. Because I'm sorry, like, I'm not a fucking doctor, but someone who behaves like this, do you trust them with a gun? Do you trust them with a car? I don't. He sounds like everyone who has ever lost it and killed their entire fucking family.
So, like, okay, his comments, his weepy, woe is me attitude about why everyone hates me, contrasted with his erratic, insane, and offensive behavior. Like, and then the demand that and no one noticed this. And then also on top of that, supporters of him claiming that it's all just made up. Once again, what does this remind you of? That he is a golem of Israel made into a real person and into a U.S. senator. Because doesn't this sound exactly the same as like I said, every single video you've seen of like dead children and bodies blown apart and people crushed under rubble. That's all made up. It's all fake. You can't believe it. And the way Israelis and like their surrogates and the media just do not seem to understand why anyone would hate them for the things they're doing. They just they cannot face it. And it's just because we're so good and everyone's so hateful and evil to us.
Right. You are doing blood libel if you say this incredibly well-documented thing is happening, but also it's good that it happened. And if you think there is any discordance or self-contradiction in this message, you are our enemy, we'll kill you. Why are we treated differently than a normal country?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, no. I mean, there are a lot of like, shills and people who just go along with shit Israel wise, who are in electoral politics on a national level, who they're shitty people. They're as morally shitty as Fetterman, but they're able to compartmentalize things. Fetterman, because of his own idiocy and brain injury, like the literal brain injury, he can't like that previous ability that most prominent politicians have, and he probably had at one point. He doesn't have that anymore. So just on some level, whether it's like people's, justified hatred or just the fact that on some level he probably knows that there's something morally noxious about this in some ways, he's unable to hold it together.
And this is like, it brings to mind a point I saw Hassan made, which is that, like, think of people in your own life. Think of people like around you. Like, you don't necessarily need to have a stroke to have Israel have this issue turn you into a Fetterman. And by that, I mean, like, someone who is bitterly alienated from every single person they used to be friends or family with because of their refusal to not believe all the lies and propaganda that they see every day on the news or, from real people that they know.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah.
Remember what Fetterman said to his own wife? She's like, I can't support this. They're bombing refugee camps. And he just goes, that's all propaganda. And it's just like everyone else has been duped by propaganda except you and the increasingly small cadre of the bitter, alienated psychopaths who you're somehow the only ones who are immune from this propaganda and able to see the real truth of what's going on, which is that this is all Israel's fighting for its, it's defending itself against, toddlers.
Yeah. And this sort of reminds me of something that we talked about on the Nestle FBI raid episode that we recently did, which is if public opinion had not swayed as much as it has in the last few years, and if, October 7th, if that was like the end of any type of like, anti-Zionist left in America or any possibility of these views being mainstream, I don't think you would see this level of like psychic self-alienation and unraveling among people like this, because there's so many prominent public figures who have completely fucking destroyed themselves in the same way. Maybe not as dramatically as Fetterman. Maybe they're not as big of a danger to their family, but it's the same pattern. The fact that like, it isn't just, it's not 2012 anymore. And people just, even if they think there's something gross about it, they accept that it's just the mainstream position. If it could just go unquestioned like that, I don't think you would see this level of like psychic anguish among these people.
Well, I mean, I think back to a comment you made in like very, very early on in this chain of atrocity, when you talked about like the very early like Palestinian solidarity protests that cropped up in New York, DC, and elsewhere all over the world in like the weeks following October 7th. And like the script was set in the minds of the people who are like, like hardcore brainwashed Zionists. And like what you said is that they could not countenance or come to terms with just like how many normal people were out showing their faces at these protests, like, like families with children, like, and also like not Arab or Muslim people either. Like many, for lack of a better phrase, like normal white Americans and their like kids and like just everyday people. And like that was the beginning of this real psychic break that they're all continuing to experience.
Yeah, and like these like protest movements and just the fact that this is not going away, that this is probably like there is probably like a fairly sizable permanent shift in how people perceive and think about these things and how they prioritize them compared to previous years. Obviously, that means that there are a lot of people who did not think about this previously. And if you go to a lot of these like mass protests or talk to the people who, answer these polls, will they agree with like you or me or most of the people who listen to the show 100% where they say that Ansar Allah is the most,
the most moral army in the world?
Yeah. Yeah. Will they necessarily
agree with everything goes far as we do with this. Unfortunately, in a lot of cases, no. But I think just the fact that they have a normal human reaction to what they are seeing, which is that could be my kid. There's no difference between that kid and my kid. There's no difference between me and that man underneath that rubble. And if the most dangerous thing for Zionists that leads to is if they took my kid from me and took him to this unaccountable fucking rape camp, or if they did any of this to me, I don't know what I'd do. Maybe I would pick up a gun. When people start thinking that, even if they're not all the way to where any of us are, maybe that's just caused sheer panic that they are able to, on a human level, understand the universal reaction to these events.
And like, I think you're seeing that in a sort of like a change in tenor in a lot of the, I don't know, like Zionist propaganda that you see in the media or among their surrogates, which is that like, it used to be that they could assume like that they were like a hegemonic majority of opinion. And I think it's telling in the ways that they're subtly shifting into developing this idea that like, if you're a Zionist or you support Zionism in the United States, you're part of a brave dissident minority that's like rowing against the overwhelming current of public opinion, which I suppose, is some nod to reality. But like that doesn't account for the fact that the entire U.S. government is also on their side.
Right. And that does, I don't know, like going forward, how do you turn this enormous sea change that I don't think a ton of people are going to go back on? How do you actually make something of consequence happen? Like, I don't think like this level of freak out among institutional Zionism and individual like Zionist celebrities, I don't quite think it will be permanent, though I do think a lot of them are just permanently touched and will never come back down to earth. But I do think the next step, as much as there is one, it will be to try to do the J Street thing, right? Of, hey, I want what you want. They'll probably even use the word apartheid 5-10 years from now. They'll probably even claim that they were against this. But let's slow down. Maybe, Israel still needs, they still need weapons, because if we don't give them weapons, then who knows what they'll do. It'll be like
they'll do another genocide.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't know. I think like to draw any type of like permanent positive change out of this on an electoral scale, anyone who is trying to, punish people electorally for this, I really hope they're able to harden their hearts to a lot of things.
Well, I mean, yeah, like I can't speak to any positive political change in the future. Who knows what it holds for anything? But I do think it is, I don't know, encouraging, or at least at the very least instructive, that one of the most vocal proponents of Zionism in America is John Fetterman.
Yeah,
and I really hope that advocates for Israel tie themselves as close as possible to this man in the coming weeks, months, and year. I don't know what the over-under is, but I hope they continue to support him vocally, publicly, and often.
And when he does it, I hope they don't disavow him, because what's another fucking family that's been wiped out to you people? I mean, really, no.
Yeah.
What is the fucking difference? Maybe there was a tunnel underneath Braddock, for all we fucking know. I mean, I feel the same with Fetterman as a representative.
Fetterman's controlling my thoughts. There's a tunnel under my son's birthday party. Make him do more Molly.
The greatest post of all time.
Yeah.
Man. But the Fetterman as a very public representative of the movement, I feel the same thing as, do you remember when we found that German guy who he was living in some sort of like group home situation in Germany?
Oh, yeah.
He would make like vlog style videos about how we're cucks. And we would go, this guy's the leader of the alt-right and the intellectual forefather. Same deal.
Yep. I got one more article for you, and this one is really good. You ready for this one?
I think I know which one this is.
Fetterman activated. I didn't think after like weeks of like huge, big profiles documenting his mental breakdown could get any funnier, but they just keep coming up with articles on this guy. And there are so many fucking great quotes in this
And
one.
he keeps talking to them. Like, if this article came out about like what a buffoon you are, and it's so bad that like your wife has to come out and be like, yes, he can tie his shoes. If that happened, like it's to the verge of you having to resign, you then talk to people for the follow-up?
The headline, this is in the New York Times from last week. Fetterman, often absent from Senate, says he has been shamed into returning. So like first of all, imagine being a senator and being like being capable of being shamed into doing something, or shamed into doing your job in this case. But it says here, when Senator John Fetterman, Democrat of Pennsylvania, showed up at a hearing on May 8th with Sam Altman, the chief executive of OpenAI, his colleagues were surprised to see him. Until then, his chair on the dais of the Senate Commerce, Science, and Transportation Committee had sat empty all year. But under intense scrutiny about his mental health and ability to function in his job, Mr. Fetterman has been in damage control mode, attending hearings and votes that he had been routinely skipping over the past year. His colleagues, some of whom privately described him as absent from the Senate and troubled when he is there, are trying to be supportive. Good thoughts, Senator Fetterman. Senator Amy Klobuchar, Democrat of Minnesota, said encouragingly after Mr. Fetterman finished his questioning Mr. Altman. Good thoughts, Senator Fetterman. Good thoughts, Senator.
That's a very noticeable choice of words.
Love that thought, Mr. Fetterman.
When I saw that it was Klobuchar, I would give anything to hear her unfiltered thoughts on him.
Yeah. Mr. Fetterman does not enjoy participating in these hearings that he has sat through in recent weeks as he seeks to prove that he is capable of performing the job he was elected to do until 2028. In fact, at a critical moment for the country, he appears to have little interest in the day-to-day work of serving in the United States Senate. In an interview, Mr. Fetterman, who represents 13 million people, said he felt he had been unfairly shamed into filling senatorial duties, such as participating in committee work and casting procedural votes on the floor, dismissing them as a performative waste of time. Instead, he said he was showing up because people in the media have weaponized his absenteeism on Capitol Hill to portray him as mentally unfit, when in fact it is a product of a decision to spend more time at home and less on the mundane tasks of being a senator. Okay,
more time at home, like John. We read the article.
I'd love to spend more time with I think his family is the one giving all telling everyone in the Senate, you've got to get him in this Sam Altman hearing.
Yeah,
he's been a fucking nightmare around the house. He's walking. He's doing figure eights for 8 hours in the living room.
Oh my! That has to. You know how mad wives get about carpet trauma.
Yeah.
Think about the big 8 in all the linoleum in their house.
They've weaponized his absenteeism. All right, so here's the quote from Fetterman. My doctor warned years ago, after it's public that you're getting help for depression, people will weaponize that.
That doesn't sound like something a doctor would say. Hey, just so you know,
yeah, this is like a doctor. You go to a doctor for seeking help for clinical depression. He's like, all right, before we get started, I just want you to know, by doing this, everyone's going to turn on you.
Right? Yeah. Just so you know, I'm really proud of you for getting help. No one else is. In fact, they're all your enemies, including maybe your family. They might be recording you.
He added, it shook me that people are willing to weaponize that I got help.
Why? Your doctor warned you. I love this doctor. Okay, John. No one likes to hear this, but they're all going to laugh at you. Okay, Dr. Wicked.
He was an outspoken supporter of Israel after the October 7th terrorist attack and started picking more fights at the left. His pro-Israel stance gave him a sense of purpose on Capitol Hill and a job he otherwise did not enjoy. And then at some point in the middle of last year, he pulled even further back from participating in many aspects of the Senate, like attending committee meetings, casting votes, and holding town halls. This became the Belichick girlfriend story of politics. He quipped it.
No, yeah, it's another thing in the news, dummy. Good work.
It just keeps going and going. After his discharge from Walter Reed in 2023, Mr. Fetterman embraced a role as a stigma-busting spokesman for the power of treatment and used his challenges as an opportunity to bridge partisan political divides. Red or blue, if you have depression, get help, please. He said it. Yeah, if you have depression, just stop doing your job. Just withdraw from life entirely.
Yeah, just fuck off on all your responsibilities. I would call what he is stigma busting. I think it's the opposite.
Yeah,
I think it's brought some much needed stigma back to all of this.
Yeah. Mr. Fetterman, who has said that being away from his family is heartbreaking and the worst part of the job.
Really? Really, John?
Says he missed votes to spend more time at home with his children. Just 2 weeks ago, we covered an article about how he fucked off on his kid's birthday party to visit the grave of someone he knew in 1993.
What is it going to be? What is it going to be next year, John?
I missed all my votes so I could be there for my family. Also, I don't know why you're covering a story about me missing another birthday. I had a once-in-a-lifetime hot air balloon trip to take. The ambassador to St. Kitts. When I had my near-death experience, I realized that you have to do bucket list items every day. One of my bucket list is a hot air balloon. But I guess you want me to go on my grave regretting.
He seethes over the idea that he must show up for Monday night votes, a staple of the Senate calendar often known as bed checks, a term he finds paternalistic and demeaning. Yeah, I'm sure from when he was at the Laughing Academy.
Yeah, no, I mean,
negative associations. He thinks showing up for a vote, they're going to make him take pills or something.
It's demeaning.
No, show me your tongue, Mr. Fetterman. Say, did you swallow those?
It's demeaning if you don't need it. Which you clearly do, John.
He says, the votes I have missed are overwhelmingly procedural. They're even called bed check votes. I had to make a decision. Getting here and sticking my thumb in the door for 3 seconds for a procedural vote or spending Monday night as a dad-daughter date.
Ew.
I would go visit my dad instead of a throwaway vote, he said.
Wait, is it dad, daughter, or are you the daughter with your dad? What the fuck are you talking about? Get your lie straight.
My dad likes to make me dress up as a girl.
What?
Hearings also seem to him like a waste of time. Senator, I mean, like, you know, that I honestly can't really disagree with the senator, but you know what? Like, you're elected to be a senator, so
yeah.
I mean, like, I don't know what the fuck else you're doing with your life. So,
what?
Like, just like seeing you like shuffle around DC, feeding ducks and stuff, like in your giant basketball shorts, just like staring at the fucking ground. Like, do some fucking work. Just like, even if it's a waste of time, just show up, you fucking loser.
I repeat myself again, but John, were you drafted into this role? No one warned me there's a bunch of stupid bullshit that you have to do as a senator. It's you know, those 3 months a year where we work, we have to look, you know, most of it is just looking busy. If only there were multiple books written about this.
It reminds me of Kenny Powers in season 1 of Eastbound and Down, where like he gets done with his first day of work being a substitute gym teacher, and he's like, being out there in the real world, you know, working a job takes it out of you, and he's got like 6 beers, like just littered about the living room of the house he's living in.
One of my favorite, I love how the Sopranos would always do just like. They would use something like a flashback or something like they would use it 2 or 3 times ever. And they only one time do they let you hear a character's internal monologue. And it's when Vito has to work an honest day.
Oh, yes. Oh, my God. He's just like, don't check the clock. Don't check the clock. 5 more minutes. And he's like, should be an hour gone now. And like, it's like 1 minute as time has elapsed.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Like, I was talking to Brendan the other night about how much I like the Vito subplot, like the Johnny Kick subplot.
It's really good.
Because like, I love it because it shows that like his one chance at happiness or like being a normal person is undone by having to do a real job for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's
and then he's just back to New Jersey, kills a guy along the way for no reason, just because like, and ends up being tortured to death by Phil Leotardo because he had to like saw wood for like an hour.
It's not his kids. It's not any of it. It's
yeah,
like,
exactly.
This just the idea of like working 5 days a week. There's so many funny things in the like the thing he says when he gets caught for the first time. It's a joke,
guys. It's a joke.
I was talking to someone about this where it's like, what if it was? Like, what if there was an entire storyline that Vito is doing these awesome pranks? And he's
dressed in like the cruising outfit with like the leather policeman's hat and vest. It's guys, it's a joke.
What kind of joke would it be? Like on who? I mean, maybe he was right. Maybe there were a bunch of awesome pranks he was doing. But also, I like when Phil's wife is just nagging him about killing Vito without saying it, and she's like, "Father said there's nothing gay about hell." And Phil goes, "That's a good one. He didn't think of that himself, I guarantee you."
Sorry, just back to Fetterman here. It says, hearings also seem to him like a waste of time. Senators question witnesses in order of seniority, leaving Mr. Fetterman, a first-term lawmaker, feeling that by the time his turn comes around, there's nothing left to ask. He has told people
none of his awesome questions.
He said, listen to this. He has told people it feels like making a plate out of the dregs of a buffet bar. What a perfect analogy for that fucking being in the Senate's like eating at a buffet when everyone's already taking all the bread rolls. He's taking all the fried chicken.
No one has used a more
all that's
revealing...
left is a macaroni salad.
Yeah, no one has used a more revealing metaphor since Bill Maher was talking about Israel, and he's like,
I was like, somebody's got to slap a bitch when she gets out of line.
Palestine is like when a hooker starts going through your wallet when she thinks you're asleep.
First they want the West Bank, then they want your watch. Okay, let's go to the end. It has my favorite line of the whole piece, though. It says, Mr. Fetterman has also foregone events in his state. He has avoided hosting town halls with his constituents because he does not want to get heckled by protesters. I just want to be in a room full of love, he has told people.
I
just want to be in a...
That is literally from Mom's Basement.
Dude, a room full of people who actually love you is fucking always gonna
That's way
be
different
better.
than a room full of sharks that are hungry as fuck.
A house full
Clout
of them.
sharks, man. This clout shit is funny.
Dave Banks says that.
I just want to be in a room full of love.
A room full of people that actually love you is way hungrier than a house full of sharks that are hungry as fuck.
It's like he's saying, like, well, okay, we all would like to just be in a room full of people who love us and or to just be adored by people. But like John, like in the article, it says like it's like at every possible turn you've just been like, I think we should kill all Palestinians. I think they're rats. I mean, they're like spoiled milk. Just gotta throw them in the garbage. Go on to the buffet that's full of good food.
If they didn't want their kids to die, maybe they shouldn't have started reading the Quran.
Despite attempts from his friends in Congress to draw him out, Mr. Fetterman still does not attend weekly Democratic caucus lunch in the Capitol. He quit the caucus group chat, he said, because he couldn't figure out how to turn off the notifications, and most of the conversation was
You know how to do anything, John? Jesus fuck.
Wait, you'll love this. It says, it's not like they were on a chain planning to bomb Yemen, he said, referring jokingly to leaked signal chats among top Trump officials. It's mostly just happy birthdays. Some days it's just emojis. You know how he
hates
goes. He's back to birthdays. He can't stand it.
What is his issue with them? Like, most people in that chat don't even know it's their birthday. I'm sure you could become the locus of attention. Like, you already are. Everyone is already like, John, how can we get you to stop, wandering into the duck pond? Come to, the moderate caucus bowling night. And you're like...
He's like, just don't point to it. Just throw a ball and pins go down. It's just pointless.
What the fuck? No one even cares if you win or you strike. I just wish I could be in a tilt-a-whirl full of my dad. Why isn't everyone my fucking dad?
I could bowl a 300 and everyone would still hate me. I just want to be in the teacups with my daughter. I want to be in the Gravitron with my father.
I just want to play whack-a-mole. My grandfather, he's fucking dead.
Speaking of his friends in the Senate, Really, really cool dude, Senator Bernie Moreno, Republican of Ohio, said of Mr. Fetterman, Chuck Schumer is a drooling moron compared to John Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman was offended at the suggestion that his Republican friends were exploiting him for political purposes. That's insulting and patronizing to say. There's no political upside for them to be nice to me. They realize what it is, and it's a smear. I love it. It's like there's no reason for anyone to be nice to you.
Yeah, it certainly isn't my personality.
That's it. So that's it on Fetterman activated.
The best line for that Fetterman fake RXK song is "I'm the worst member of the Democrat Party." That's the real RXK syntax. Oh man, the Democratic Party. How much does it cost for an RXKNephew beat placement?
Like
It's
way less
probably,
than $20 million.
Yeah, less than 20 million still. Yeah, like a few hundred now. They should just like get him to make the Fetterman activated song for real.
Oh my god, that would be so good. instead of doing like instead of doing a triple instead of all the references to doing Molly are replaced with Haldol.
Yeah, Haldol
or some
lithium.
extremely strong tranquilizer that they give to like fucking zoo animals or something.
Thalidomide.
Yeah. Good luck to the Senate friends on helping your man out during his depression quest.
Yeah, if you are out there on the Hill, can you please try to do a Project Veritas style secret recording of Amy? Just ask her what she thinks about Senator Dum Dum. Because she cannot be in her private moments.
Imagine if one of her millennial staffers was like, "Oh, I need to take the day off. My grandparent died," or my cat has to go to the vet. She would fucking destroy them. So to see this oaf shuffling around, being like, "I can't vote on this. I got a daddy-daughter day."
It's so the daddy-daughter date really grossed me out. Is that signaling? Is he signaling to evangelicals? And he's like,
maybe, yeah, purity ball kind of thing. I don't know.
Yeah, it's always gross.
See, I would just say I would rather just get dinner with my daughter rather than
right. Yeah, I hate that. We're going to date with my daughter. Ew.
Sorry, I missed the budget vote. I had to visit Pet Cemetery. A hamster died 30 years ago. Still thinking about that. I talked about my staff with it.
I have Netflix and Dad with my daughter. And then after that, I want to visit the memorial site for the Hindenburg. It's a fucking bullshit tragedy that no one cares about.
Before I go on the blimp, I gotta pay respect to all the people who died in the blimp. Every day I'm thinking about the blimps, thinking about dying in a hot air balloon, but it hasn't happened yet. I wish it would.
I want to visit Arthur Morgan's grave. He's a hero from history, and we don't learn a lot in schools because he's white, and I just think that's bullshit.
Oh, the humanity.
Yeah. Best of luck.
Yeah. Good luck, John.
I quote tweeted some Warren staffer. I was arguing with them in March of 2020, and he was like, "You're such a piece of shit for quote tweeting a 22-year-old." And it's oh, is this an age gap? It's so age gap thing.
It took me a while to forgive you for doing that, but I'm glad we're back being friends again.
Well, okay, so and just the fact that it's him, Trey Easton, another bunch of Democratic remora fish. But they're okay, the problem is the Democratic voters are at odds with Democratic leadership because they Democratic leadership pays fealty to these nefarious groups that force them to take policy positions that are anathema to the majority of Democratic voters, i.e. Climate change or trans people existing, things like that. But it's just all of these guys used to work for John Fetterman, who is currently most well known for his association with probably the most unpopular position as it regards Democratic politicians and the voters who they seek to, cajole into supporting them. And that would be Israel and Palestine.
And for a period did defend him on that position, publicly in the capacity as a person in politics. So I don't know what the track record here is supposed to be that's so impressive.
That is the other thing. If we're taking them at face value, that like they've after all these years they've cracked the code, they figured out exactly what to do. We'll just pretend that all those shitty blue dogs that Rahm Emanuel got elected for one term, that none of that
they
happened.
didn't get cashed out immediately.
Mm-hmm.
All these people like just last after Kamala losing was enough for them to go, all right, I'm taking down my profile picture where I'm wearing a dashiki. I figured out that people don't like this.
Yeah.
And I was only going along with it for 10 years of my life. Because I was afraid of getting yelled at. But now I offer the bold leadership.
He more or less is on record with that big Fetterman piece where he ratted on his old boss.
Yeah.
He's more or less on record by saying, I had to get out of this. It was embarrassing. It wasn't like he figured out politics works a different way and he got his own ideas and he would have stayed there if Fetterman had been, more successfully hidden from the wider public. So you're already known to be someone who abandoned a sinking ship anyway.
Yeah.
You don't have this instinct of the future that you can now enlighten others about, especially this guy.
Well, Dave Weigel interviewed him for Semaphore, and Dave asked him, can you tell me about the origins of this? A lot of the ideas you blame for dragging down Democrats came from 2019 in the presidential primary, and at that time you were supporting Elizabeth Warren.
Mm-hmm.
He says, I think that 2016 broke a lot of people's brains and rightfully upended a lot of the assumptions we had about how politics work.
Wow.
That was definitely true for me. For the first 15 years of my career, it was working for people whose issue positions were further to the right than my own. I just took it as a given that that's what people needed to do to win elections. After 2016, watching the rise of Bernie, it was like, wait a minute, what if you could spark massive grassroots energy and turn out different kinds of voters by moving to the left? What caused that theory to be untrue was that there was never any evidence that moving to the left was what sparked additional energy among the grassroots. Bernie 2016 was a pretty darn heterodox candidate, a classic populist who was left on economic issues, but further to the right than a lot of Democrats on cultural issues, whether it was guns, immigration, or crime. He was rejected by the groups in 2016 and called them the establishment. I learned a lot after that.
Clearly you did not like why. I mean, again, taken on face value, obviously the reason you give a group like this money is because I don't like you want access to Fetterman for some reason or just whatever piece of shit. But again, at face value, people are supposed to give you money and let you steer the direction of the entire party, and your excuse is like, hey, it was a fucked up emotional time. Like, I just realized that I was wrong.
Well, it's just like, okay, and Weigel asked him, like the last question he asked him, he says, where does foreign policy fit into this? Democrats are getting pulled in different directions on Gaza. Groups that had access to funding are losing it over that issue. His response to this is all I will say about that for now. AIPAC is a group too.
Okay.
Very brave.
Profile and courage here from the Gentle Son.
Oh my
Maybe a little
God.
too gentle on this issue. But like, this is what I mean. It's just like, they're like, oh, like identity politics, like we're off that. We're no longer alienating people with like, like stupid positions on like saying Latinx or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But the undivided, the state of Israel, Judea and Samaria is the traditional home of Israel, and and should be part of the Israeli state.
It's really weird how there's only one thing. There's only one ethnicity where if you make people watch a sensitivity video about them and their issue, that's fine.
Yeah.
All the other, everything else, woke,
that's
bullshit,
dumb woke bullshit.
gay.
Yeah, it's
Yeah. With probably like easily, I would say the systematic oppression of Jewish college students is easily in like the top 100,000 most pressing issues in America.
Yeah.
Easily. You should you should get expelled from your university if you do not go to that sensitivity training. All the other ones, though, stupid.
Yeah.
No.
By the way, that answer where he he's clearly caught off guard, which is that throat clearing of, here's the one thing I'm going to say.
And he's saying, he's like, this is what I'll say about that now. Like, are we expecting another statement incoming soon?
Yeah, he said
Adam?
right now. He's obviously caught off guard. He didn't even expect that question. He's not even aware as a political operator that this is something that might come up that he'd have to have a slick answer to at the very least, and then be able to spin into some kind of pitch for why he has answers that others don't. He didn't even fucking think about it. He's not even thinking that far ahead about the liabilities of standing on this side of the Israel issue and his own history with it. Why would you trust a guy who didn't even expect that question?
Well, because the thing is, they don't actually believe in anything.
Of course.
And as evidence of that, here's my favorite part from the very end of the New York Times write-up on this. It says, Searchlight, Mr. Gentleson said, well, let me just read a little bit further up. It says, many of the groups Mr. Gentleson has argued Democrats should cast aside were already struggling to raise money and maintain their influence in a political environment dominated by the agenda of Mr. Trump and his allies. Searchlight, Mr. Gentleson said, will conduct its own polling and serve as an ideas generator in the service of winning with margins big enough to advance meaningful policy in Congress, where increasingly slim margins have made such achievements difficult. Ready for this? Mr. Gentleson described a Shark Tank-style policy generation process to attract proposals from outside Washington with an aim of untethering the mainstream Democratic thinking from the current ideological spectrum. We're going to be holding up a mirror to this influence industry, Mr. Gentleson said. We're going to produce products that call into question a lot of these assumptions we have been operating on for a long time.
I'd like to hold up a piece of rope to your ceiling fan. Can we get you fired from your dad Venmoing you?
So it's
like this sucks so much.
Well, what are these
products?
What are these policies that they're going to be advancing? I don't know, but we're going to hold a game show style competition. Sharks, I'm here to pitch you on a new policy. Sharks. It's called. We're gonna give people tax credits for building settlements in the West Bank.
I mean, I also the first half of that answer when he was, I didn't want to interrupt you, but he was just like, well, we're going to do is we're going to use polling to come up with sentences that we will write down and give to clients that indicate where political winds may be blowing this way or that way. It's just like, yeah, you're just describing like the most basic idea of what a PAC or whatever, like a consultant does. I don't think he's even like gotten far enough in this to like know how to make this sound
Here's
like
what I have
he
to
has
say-
anything of value.
Well, here's
here.
what I have to say to the gentle son about all of his policy product ideas. What's proprietary about this? What's stopping me from starting my own think tank?
Indeed.
That will also tell Democrats that they need to move to the right on a number of pressing social, economic, and moral issues.
I mean, yeah.
I'll crush you like the fucking cockroach you are,
Yeah.
Mr. Jones. I'm Mr. Wonderful. I'm political Mr. Wonderful.
Yeah, we are setting up our own. We're calling it the Lighthouse Institute. Actually,
We're calling it the Spotlight Institute, which has a very different mission that might involve some people you know. So watch out.
We represent a group of political prisoners who have taken asylum in Israel.
Let's collaborate. We have some similar ground here to work with.
Our number one issue. We think that Democrats are alienating everyone with their outdated, rejected at the ballot box, anti-Japanese empire prejudice. We're going to get Democrats to unrecognize Korea, both Koreas, the entire peninsula. It belongs to Japan.
Hey, look, those women were comfortable. It's in the name.
Yeah, it's right there.
They had a great time.
Yeah, we're going to do a presentation where we show everyone how annoying it is to use a Samsung TV. And then we're going to show everyone what a Sony is like.
I mean, I think is Adam Gentleson?
Adam Gentleson.
I think Adam has the wrong idea of like what sort of secrets of the trade he has to offer here. I'm not hearing a lot by way of political strategy. If he wants to be,
it's a brand new strategy for the Democrats, which is that you triangulate to the right after losing an election.
right.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy has secrets about like real secrets, like you said, access to Fetterman, like what happens when you crush one of his tusks into a potion and what what kind of magical properties that can imbue you with, you know, if you put it in a cauldron. Like that's valuable stuff that no one else has.
Yeah.
Forget this polling shit. That's not your value.
Adam, we're the best place to feed ducks in Washington, D.C. while you're on a depression quest.
You know, you have access to that.
Yeah.
Brendan, what you said about how like there's something so vacant about this. It just such well-trod territory. The weirdest thing about him, it's so similar to Kamala too, where it's clear that like if they do have any beliefs, they are lightly held enough that they will take on like any set of positions, any posture, any branding, whatever is like the most expedient thing at the time. And after the fact, they will always come out and say, okay, at the time I knew what I was doing was stupid, but well, you know, here's why you should trust me the next time. The weird thing about it to me is like there's this unspoken branding with both of them that they are like that they're so good at the real life house of cards, like dirty work of politics. But when you actually get them in a conversation, like with Gentleson, how he was not astute enough to realize that he would be asked about Israel, or with Kamala in any interview, they don't even have the ability to just bullshit for like 30 seconds. The wheels completely fall off. So there's not even like a point in them not having any beliefs. It certainly doesn't make them. It certainly doesn't make them
quick on their feet.
It doesn't make them.
That's supposed to be the whole trade-off.
It doesn't make them cannier operators. Like
the era of like I think, you know, maybe we're thinking of the Clinton era where it's like the guy's he's a stuffed shirt, but like he can spin a yarn, he can keep people, you know, just by whatever lies or just embellishing stuff. But this is, like you said, none of the sense of genuine ideals or values that I think people like to imagine is there, nor is it the slick operator. You're failing like in both directions.
He's fucking proposing having a game show to decide what they believe in.
That sounds horrible. Like no one thinks that sounds like a good idea. And you're telling it to to Weigel or the New York Times or whatever, everywhere you get interviewed. It's a bad idea.
Who would watch that show? Like more people would. If Aces High was real, more people would watch that. I would rather watch Aces.
Oh my god, absolutely!
Aces High is 100% more interesting and
You'd have
more
better
important.
ideas about these problems. I'm sure from the different guests.
You'd have Harry Reid for one.
Absolutely.
All right, so these next two aren't really questions, but they're little like tips or little insider information that I think you all will find fun about some of our recurring characters.
Hey Chapo, this is a tip about John Fetterman. When my friend was growing up in Braddock, Pennsylvania, when she was like 15, he would come into the Elks Lodge and buy her and all of her friends drinks when they were underage. Yeah.
that was clearly being recorded from John Fetterman's trunk as he plows into a school zone.
That is so not just trying to fuck like high school girls, but like at the Elk Club. You
the Elks Lodge.
Like that his dad is a member. God, what a fucking piece of shit.
They got any hot young trim down at the VFW.
Yeah, what the fuck? He's Spencer. You actually wrote something that's basically you wrote this really funny story about like a pedophile who's like socially inept. That's basically John Fetterman.
Yeah. I think it's understandable because he was buying them mead, from what it sounds like.
A first oaf has hit the floor. We're seeing if another oaf is going to fall. We had a lot planned for today, but right as we were preparing, John Fetterman fell down outside of Brian Pumper's house. He was collaborating with Brian Pumper, and he collapsed. His staff says that they medevaced him like Homer Simpson out of the canyon to Walter Reed or something, and they dropped him down the canyon.
Yes, a big dumb oaf. Breaking as the show begins, a big dumb oaf has fallen down and cracked his bonds once again. Folks, It's Thursday, November 13th. In just a little bit, Felix and I will be talking to Molly Lambert about her new podcast series on Jenna Jameson and the world of pornography. But holy shit, we have way too much to talk about today because the news this week has been insane. Starting, of course, with John Fetterman falling down and cracking his big dumb fucking head once again. But like, Felix, obviously, like we were going to begin today's show talking about the Democrats' capitulation on the ending the longest government shutdown and what that portends. But like, I would like to contrast that, like the Democrats once again playing the Washington Generals to the Harlem Globetrotters, in the context of what is currently going down regarding the House Oversight Committee's release of about 20,000 of Jeffrey Epstein's emails. I would just like to say at the top of the show here, my thoughts go to our good friend and colleague, Matt Christman thought, undefeated. Because when you see these, I mean, I thought the birthday cards were bad enough. And my question is, how much more of this shit can we take? Or how much more of this can Donald Trump take? Because, like, I know I'm going to be eating my words in, a month or a year's time. But, like, Felix, for the first time, my brain is beginning to form around the thought of, can Donald Trump possibly survive this?
Going back to the beginning of the show, do you think that Fetterman, this is another, like, do you think this is like, he thought the same thing we did today, which is like, oh my God, there's so much news. But in his case, he's like, that means no attention from me.
Yep. It was like everyone in America had a birthday party today. And he was like, oh, no, man, time to fall down from my house, crack my big fucking dumb head open. Oh.
Is the well from the ring a real place? I'll get lost in there.
Putting himself in a bucket and just lowering it. Is there any open mine shafts near Braddock? I'm gonna go fucking go for a walk. I'm gonna go for a walk. Is Jake and Thomas from Pendejo Time. Boys, welcome back to the show.
Of course. Thank you for having us.
And I'm very glad that we have you on today's show, because today's show will be basically one topic. And that topic is the recently released memoir by Senator John Fetterman entitled Unfettered.
Isn't that what happens like after he kills himself? That's like when I heard that title, it's like, well, yeah, like if you succeeded, your family would be unfettered.
Also, like, here's my problem with the name of the book. He might be the most fettered cocksucker of all time. He's very clearly fettered constantly. Like, his whole thing is that he's bothered, that he has problems. Like, you know how the whole like men suffer in silence thing? He needs to get a little bit of that. He needs.
Oh man. Well, friends, listeners, I have read pretty much most of this book just
Jesus
today.
Christ. I'm sorry.
And yeah, no, like I said this earlier, but like I didn't think it was possible to contract mental illness just from reading it. But like, I feel like I have clinical depression now after reading this book. And like a lot of politicians write books, even like silly politicians that we make fun of. But like usually books written by politicians aren't very interesting. There's just not that much juice there.
Yeah.
But please believe me when I tell you that this ranks alongside William Styron's Darkness Visible as one of the most harrowing portraits of mental illness and depression I think I've ever read.
From what you've told me, it reminds me, Jake, you might be familiar with this. My favorite biography up until this point, my favorite autobiography up to this point, UFC champion and train victim Matt Hughes' autobiography, Made in America.
Yeah.
Which is not intended to be a portrait of mental illness, but is similar, like, you know, from the mind of a maniac type thing.
Yeah. Well, because his whole thing was like the UFC really tried to sell him as like a corn-fed Christian good old boy, but he was a huge, insane. I mean, it's sad that he got hit by a fucking train and he's like that now, but he was not a good guy. And
in Hughes's book, he talks about how like him and his twin brother were always better than everyone at like wrestling in their shitty town in Illinois, but he was also always better than his twin brother.
Yeah.
And then they go to college and he brags about how like one of his friends didn't even know how to read, but it didn't matter because they were so good at wrestling. And he goes to a party to make out with an 8th grader, and then a year later he sees her at the grocery store and he's like, I noticed that her body had developed, and that's his wife. That's he marries her.
Oh my God!
2 chapters later, it is one of the most repulsive books ever written.
Yeah,
like the thing that was astonishing to me reading this book, and I know we've talked about this on the show before, like when we talked about like him nearly killing people driving a car, and just like his generally inexplicable behavior post stroke and post this like severe depressive crisis that he went through. It like he should not be a senator. Like he is incredibly unwell, and like the portrait he paints of himself in this book, and basically this like his health problems, but mainly his depression that kicks in after he got elected to the Senate. I mean, it's been with him his whole life. Like the little black dog has been following him since he was born, essentially. But like the portrait, like this is a guy who has power. He represents a state full of people.
Yeah,
and like he definitely not have a driver's license, and he should definitely not be in the Senate. Like, and the fact that I don't know if he used a ghostwriter to write this book. I mean, all I will say is that like it is very much his voice. If he collaborated with someone or not, I'm not sure. But like this is very authentically Fetterman. Like you really, you can hear him. You can hear his voice in your head. I think I want to begin here. This is from the prologue, and I'm just going to jump into the prologue. This is about halfway through the prologue, but I think like these pages here will give you a good preview of what this book is like. So I'm just gonna start here. He writes, in November 2022, I won one of the most expensive campaigns in American history to become a U.S. Senator. All eyes were watching as I flipped the seat from Republican to Democrat, preserving my party's majority in the Senate. It seemed impossible given what I'd had to deal with, a stroke that forced me to learn a whole new mode of communication, a heart condition I had never attended to despite the advice of my cardiologist, the self-destructive behaviors that are a major symptom of depression, and a debate performance in the general election that was one of the worst ever in politics and that evaporated my lead to nothing. I should have been euphoric with my victory, or at least happy. Euphoria has never been my strong suit. And if not happy, then relieved that 2 years of hell, 2 years far more grueling and nastier than I could have ever imagined, the 2 worst years of my life were over. I felt nothing. I was just trying to hold on when I knew it was useless, a deathless death, after I had already died once before when my heart momentarily stopped in the aftermath of the stroke. No joy, no sense of accomplishment. Members in the media had been giddy with the prospect of chronicling my fall before I won. I was undeniably Fox News' enemy number one. Their attacks got to me, no doubt, contributing to the depression that was unraveling me. Vegetable, moron, retard. Depression.
I love that. I love that too because it's like they were unfairly saying that I wasn't ready for the job, that my body and mind would try to kill me before I even was sworn into office, and I proved them wrong by exactly that happening.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I love how he has like the mindset and like the internal monologue of like a girl that I was just addicted to dating for like from like 2016 to like 2020. Just a girl who's like, it's just like it never goes right. And you're like, God, I think I'm going to date you for a year and you look like shit and you stink.
Yeah, one of those girls who draws aggro no matter where they go.
Yes, yeah. Yeah.
Every man in his 20s needs to date a girl who's like, oh yeah, I just normal, small town upbringing. There was a Supreme Court case about how me and my mom poisoned each other. Every job I've ever worked at has been part of a conspiracy to gang stalk, man.
She's showing you the garden while she's telling you that she's wanted in the state of Missouri, but won't tell you why. Like she's like, they're a really cool band. They're like art rock, and you're like, but it's cool that John Fetterman does this, but he looks like that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like I love that he's like he tried to small bean his way into doing it like Hasbara. He's like, I'm gonna defend Israel, but you can't be mean to me.
I think vegetable moron retard would have been a better title for this book than Unfettered. But before we start recording, I was describing this book to Chris, and like Chris, like even without reading this book, or like you've read some of it, you described it to me like he's like a character from the 18th century in Washington D.C. and you described him as a senator who got kicked in the head by a horse and then is described by everyone by having a peculiar melancholy for the rest of his life.
Yes, and he developed strange theories about bimetallism and the savage Filipino and the need to repress them.
He's like a guy in Tammany Hall that just like the political powerhouse of New York that was like, yeah, he was a butcher and then he got kicked in the head by a donkey and now he does alchemy. But you got,
yeah. Well, I mean, believe me, there's nothing in Fetterman's life that's anywhere near as cool as that description. It's just, other than the getting kicked in the head with a horse part. So he continues, depression is a dark and terrible devil. It laughs at you without remorse. You go from standing to sitting down, and then the devil rides you into bed. Sadness overwhelms you. I stayed in bed as long as I could after the election, then moved to the couch where I spent hours staring out the window, looking for something, anything. I could no longer...
You go from stand up to sitting down, and then the devil rides you into bed.
Yeah.
If when you're not depressed, you spend the whole day standing. You're like a horse. That's how you sleep. But once you, oh my God, I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy getting depressed because you will go. It doesn't matter. You'll be sitting up, standing down, and then right on the dot, 11 p.m. every night, the devil will start doing reverse cowgirl on you. What the fuck are you talking about, John?
And there I sat, taking small bites out of my TV, looking out the window.
He writes, the phrase I can't get out of bed is common, describing a temporary condition that goes away. But with depression, I truly could not get out of bed. My only safety net, when of course it was no safety net at all. If I did manage to sleep, I'd wake with an intense sense of despair. Sometimes I'd bolt awake from a nightmare. When conscious, I was desperate not to talk or engage with anyone. I wouldn't return messages, not even messages from my best friend and confidant, my brother Greg. My thoughts ran dark. I've lost my physical health, my mental health, my ability to communicate effectively. I've lost the love of my family. I don't think I'll be able to do this job. Greg and our father, Carl, didn't know what to do. My 3 beautiful children avoided me and somehow thought my depression was their fault. They came home each day from school not knowing what to expect and asking their mom, my wife Giselle, is today a good day? Is Dad having a good day?
It makes you fucking sad. Like, I feel for the guy, like I'm a big fucking moron who my brain don't work good. I get real sad. I think I don't brush my teeth, But one thing I don't do is go on the news and say,
yeah,
blow them to fucking kingdom come. Because this is my thing. You know that old meme? I think Will, you know what I'm talking about, where it's like, I don't like to body shame, but if you fat and you got me fucked up.
You got me fucked up. Yeah.
That's how I feel about Fetterman, where it's like, hey man, I've been real fucking sick. I've been watching Workaholics and Adam Devine has given me esoteric wisdom. And I'm like, yeah, I'm writing that shit down. I've gone crazy. But I haven't gone on the news or in any public forum and be like, we should starve them some more. We should, because once you start saying that shit, then it's over. I don't care about you anymore. I don't.
That is what's so galling about it. It's like, okay, so you're saying that you were plagued by self-doubt and self-hatred and self-loathing and low self-esteem that clouds all your judgment as far as your personal relationships and self-worth.
Yeah.
But when it comes to Israel, you're just spot on.
Yeah.
Every no cause for reconsideration. That is an issue you have mastered as a guy who did not have a job until he was 39.
Yeah, which is again badass.
This would be, like I said, this would be a sympathetic and harrowing portrayal of clinical depression. Were he not a U.S. senator? Because Jake, to your point, once you become a U.S. senator, I don't want to hear about your fucking mental health.
Yeah.
Get out of bed. Get out of bed. Do your fucking job. Don't do it. I don't care. But stop fucking complaining to me about this shit.
It's like when an A-list celebrity or a musician is like, we go through things too, and it's like, brother, I'm pocket watching you. I don't want to hear about the bad stuff. I follow you because I kill myself mentally that I don't have your life. I don't want John Fetterman's life, but you have power.
Yeah.
Just revel in the fact that you rock Carhartts and you fucking fall down the stairs, dude. It's a fucking dope life.
Do you guys think he's watched Smiling Friends yet?
No, he seems more like a midnight gospel guy, like a Duncan Trussell guy. One of those.
Oh
like,
my god! Yeah, he would love.
dude, Felix, you know who he is?
Duncan Trussell would be like his David Koresh.
He's probably one of those guys that like he's your friend of a friend at like a
Dunkin'
like,
Donut Trussell.
he's at the party and he pulls up one of those clips from one of those like adult therapy cartoons to show you, and you're just like, you're off the beers, you're off the powder, and he's like, yeah, this one really helped me through a hard time, and it's like a raccoon driving an old Chevy Cavalier giving a monologue, and you're like, before anyone could stop me, I could put this guy in a before anyone could stop me, I could put this guy in an arm bar and rip his shit clean the fuck off.
Think how
that's who John Fetterman is to me.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm strong enough to like do a gator roll to him anymore, but it would feel great.
Yeah.
I still could.
All right, this is the last section from the prologue. Then I want to get into chapter 1, which talks about his childhood, which is very good. But he closes the prologue like this. One day, I walked several hundred yards to the Rankin Bridge, the section of the Great Allegheny Passage that is the former site of the pipeline carrying coke gas from the Clairton Coke Works to the Homestead Steel Works, the biggest steel mill in the world before it closed. I can't say I had ever paid much attention to the bridge, except for its baby blue color. Normally, the butterfly bushes on the other side of the trail enthralled me. Nature in the industrial grid. There was something reassuring about it. That beauty could grow anywhere. But I no longer saw it. Words rang in my head, withering contempt, because I have always had contempt for myself. I hated the way I looked, so self-conscious about it as a little boy that it carried over to the rest of my life. I sat on a bench opposite the bridge, a single thought playing over and over in my head. Maybe this is the best place to do it.
You know what sucks?
Okay. For like back to what you were saying about like this is a senator. That is like one of the most you have to volunteer for it jobs ever. It's like clearly you didn't think that lowly of yourself.
Well, also like you can't be doing like Mickey Rourke the wrestler monologues. You can't be like, I'm a washed up hunk of meat and I don't know why anybody would ever love me. By the way, $100 million to Tel Aviv. Like you can't like there's nothing, you know what I mean? Like you feel bad for Mickey Rourke and the real guy, not the character in the wrestler. Like, you feel bad for him. Also, he's a crazy sexist weirdo, but you're like, I feel bad for you still. How can you become so insufferable that you don't garner any sympathy? Is a question that
I mean, like, okay, keep in mind that, like, so he closes the prologue with like talking about like a moment of clarity or not clarity, depending on how you look at it, where he decided to like he thought like this would be a good place to end my life, to commit
By the
suicide.
way, but what a great thought. Oh, what's the least traumatic way to kill myself so it spares my family from the biggest amount of pain? The big baby blue bridge in the middle of town. Fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Okay, I just you remember the section I read at the beginning where he said this was the most expensive Senate race in history. The book does have footnotes, and there are footnotes at the end of each chapter, and like okay, so he says maybe this is the best place to do it, and then the second footnote right underneath the end of this prologue says. A total of $374 million was spent in that election, including $241 million from outside political organizations. For that amount, you could buy 160,666,666 Snickers bars, which certainly would have brought immediate gratification. I just like I love it's sort of like I bet that sounds like a lot of money. To put it in context, it's about 170 million Snickers bars.
Yeah, like when you immediately start thinking in terms of like a dollar amount and your brain goes candy, maybe take the dive off the bridge. Maybe take and Spencer asked the question in chat, like, would that even kill him? A little peek into my life. When I was like, fuck this place, I'm out. I'm going to punch my own ticket. This was a long time ago. I know where John was at. And this is what's called a cry for help. I was going to kill myself in a parking garage in my alma mater, right? Okay? Here's the problem. I'm 6 feet tall. The parking garage is only 2 stories. So I tell my friend, I said, hey, buddy, I think I'm going to jump off this parking garage. And he goes, Jake, that's just going to break your fucking leg. you're gonna live, and then you're gonna be all fucked up. And I was like, yeah, you're probably right. I like to think John Fetterman was like, you know what? I'm a big nasty motherfucker. If I jump off this bridge, I'll live, and then people will feel bad for me.
Cannonball.
Yeah.
It's the suicidal ideation equivalent of like a former showgirl being like, I can still fit into a size 0.
Yeah.
I mean, John Fetterman could kill himself by falling asleep on his stomach.
What was his wound from? He fell down the stairs or something? That was his fucking...
He was giving roadhead.
To his wife? or to himself?
That would be amazing if he could do that.
Oh, to suck his own dick? Maybe he would be a little bit happier.
I mean, like, if he like relinquished his seat and like, divorced his family, he can't even conduct, like, how much training do you think it would take to get him to be able to suck his own dick? Because I think anyone can do it with the right amount of training.
Not with that frame. I think you need to be a little bit svelter, a little bit more limber, I would imagine.
I mean...
Yeah, well, you have unlimited time to train him, though.
I like the idea, and I don't mean to be crass here, but I do like the idea of him having a perfect cock.
John, no, don't kill yourself. That your cock is too good. It's too perfect and beautiful.
Yeah. Just like pink, just like the asymmetrical vein down the
He has a second memoir. It's called Me and This Pretty Little Pecker.
How I overcame bipolar depression and learned to love my own dick. Yeah.
All right. If he had a Lexington Steel setup despite all of this,
yeah.
That was really remarkable.
All right. Okay, here is chapter 1, which is entitled Flight of the Monarchs.
This all started soon after The Flight of the Monarch was published. A mean little tell-all book filled with nothing but lies and pictures of also lies.
Jesus spoiler alert. Yeah, basically the only place he felt safe as a kid was a field where he could look at butterflies. Okay, but leaving that aside. This is how chapter 1 begins. A few things to know. My name is John Carl Fetterman. I am 56 years old. I am 6'8", which makes me the second tallest senator in American history. At first glance, I look like a skinhead. I stand out everywhere, and I know my life would be very different if I were a mere 6'2". My ears stick out like the flaps of a jet wing. My bald head could be used as a practice putting green. I can be ornery.
What?
As Giselle will tell you, no one will mistake me for a good time.
That's an awesome thing for your wife to say.
It's got to be crazy to like, no disrespect to the short kings, but like, dude, imagine you're married to a guy that's like 5'7" and he's having like an episode and you're like, it's going to be all right. Imagine that motherfucker's in your house and he's just like doing the scene from Brothers, Tobey Maguire. And he's like ripping the cabinet doors off, but he's eating everything in the kitchen at the same time. I had to fucking sacrifice for you.
Your 5'7" husband's gonna kill himself, so you put the gun on top of the fridge.
Guys, come on. This is hitting a little too close to home for me.
5'7" is a normal height. I'm
actually above the global average. So he goes here. I have a few close friends, perhaps because I am not great at making small talk, and I'm perfectly content to stay at home.
Or
in
large
Braddock.
talk.
He's not good at talking. I'm perfectly content to stay home in Braddock, watching movies with my wife and 3 children and 2 dogs and Potato the cat. I'm hardly a sports fanatic, and I'm not a fan of crowds, which is not a good thing for someone in my field. Otherwise,
what do you like, asshole?
I know, he does look like it's
is this supposed to surprise us? Oh, a lot of people might know this, but I actually love getting bottle service at the club. That would be surprising.
He got an
just
advantage.
like I can actually watch Monsters Inc. 70 times in a row, and I actually have a freak out if I watch a different movie. No way.
They have I'm seeing here, I don't know if you saw this, Will. He got $172,000 for an advance for this book, which I did not know that you could get if you were like a sitting senator. I guess it doesn't matter. We live in the age of like, just like spin and win shit. But
apparently I am one of about 25 people who have actually purchased this book. So once again, maybe it's not him who should kill himself, but the commissioning editor of this book. It says,
What if you like uncuck the book scan though? Don't you think they're like shadow banning this book like a little?
Could be. I mean, honestly, this book should be banned because, like I said, reading it made me depressed. Listen to this. Like, this is more of his just total like lack of joy or like total his anhedonic nature. He goes, "I do love people in small settings." Real people struggling for work and dignity and the contradiction that is America, where the haves only have more and the have-nots only have less. It is the only reason I'm here as an elected official, to let people know they have an authentic advocate. You can't get out of bed or talk to people or fucking speak in public.
They have a really
working people.
fighter.
Working people. I'm glad when they see you shuffling around DC feeding ducks and looking at the Washington Monument like it would be a good swan dive. They're thinking, I'm glad that guy has my back.
I may not be good at numbers or letters or addition or subtraction or reading or writing or shapes or ideas, but I am fighting for you.
So apparently it was ghost written by the dude who did Friday Night Lights, Buzz Bissinger. That is
really
that's my dog.
Yeah. So
Fashion killer.
He's considered an uncredited collaborator, but we all know what that means.
I think no, but I remember Buzz like backed out of this project because like now this is all coming back to me. He was collaborating with Buzz Bissinger on this book, and like Buzz was like, here's an authentic guy from blue collar Rust Belt, Pennsylvania, and he's like, charting a new path for politics. And I think as Buzz was collaborating with him on this book, he was like, this guy is dangerously unstable and needs to be removed from office because he's a basket case. Like this guy. Yeah. He's like, not only can't do his job, like for his own safety and the health of everyone around him, he cannot be in this position as a U.S. senator.
Him and J.D. Vance, for me, are like proof positive that like there's this idea in America that suffering is a virtue and it produces a virtuous person. Sometimes it just makes you a goofy ass motherfucker. Like sometimes it doesn't. Like people are like, oh, when you go through hard times, it makes you. No, a lot of times it just makes you dumb and like annoying. You know what I mean?
His wife is just putting a big scoop of peanut butter into a fleshlight every morning and leaving him in the house all day.
Like a Kong?
Yeah.
Like a fucking dog's Kong.
John needs his enrichment activities or go crazy.
I may not be the smartest. I may not be the tallest, but I'll do my job.
And I love that he opens his chat. By the way, he's like, I may not be the smartest senator, I may not be the best senator, I may not be remembered, but like, the thing is, I will always be remembered as the second tallest U.S. senator in history.
Yeah, he dumped all of his stats into tall, and he's not even the best. Mm-hmm. He's not even the best.
Yeah.
So, but another aspect of his personality is the way he dresses, and he addresses this early in the book. He says, meanwhile, people collectively lose their shit over the dress code, or more precisely, my dress code of baggy shorts and a hoodie.
I'm so sick of this. Can you let it go? That's not what people are losing their shit about you. And it's not 2022 anymore. People are losing their shit because you are like more or less a unpaid volunteer agent collaborator of the Israeli government. No one cares about the fucking shorts anymore.
Well, he says here, clothing has always been a hot button issue for me. When I was a teen, I could never find anything that fit, not even a simple pair of jeans. Wearing a suit makes me feel uncomfortable and adds to my general awkwardness, taking me back to the challenges of growing up. Even my own mom.
I bet you're real charming when you wear a muumuu then.
Even my own mom, Susan, doesn't get it. She thinks I look so handsome in a suit. She's my mother. She's my mother. All right. Well, I want to talk about his parents here because he gets into that. This is a couple of pages later. My parents, Carl and Susan, were 19 when I was conceived. They got married not long after. I have always felt it was because of me that my parents were unable to follow their own dreams, including my father having to give up on playing baseball for Stanford University. My parents were young, way too young in my mind. I was unplanned, and the reality of that is something I cannot forget. Should I even be here?
Dude, you know what's me and this motherfucker have very similar lives. My mom, she was 16 years old. My dad was a little older. We don't got to talk about that. But how the fuck, you know what? Guys, there's still time. Maybe I can become the Texas John Fetterman.
Well, another thing I want to add, and I mean this in a respectful way, with his mom, due to having him, her pussy is probably huge. This is something I wanted to point out before we moved on.
How big was he when he came out?
Will, is there a chapter? Is there a chapter about that?
Yeah,
I was
well, how
thinking
big?
about how, you know how in the,
My mom
the
gave
novel,
up on her dreams of having a normal pussy.
Well, I mean, a lot of this book is him, like, sort of like, I think he's spoken recently about like his stances on Israel. He's most proud of because it's the thing his father likes the most about him. And like,
Jesus Christ.
Sort of like searching for an approval. And like the thing is, like, it is clear in this book that like his dad like was an insurance company executive, and like John Fetterman like did go to Harvard at one point in his life. So like the fact that he dresses and acts like a bum is like a little bit. I don't know. Like, look, when he like moved back, there's a lot of the middle part of this book is about living in Braddock, Pennsylvania, when he was living in an unheated church basement that was 40 degrees year round. And like, so like, I'm not saying the guy hasn't gone through struggles, but like, he is still seeking the approval of like a more successful father, or like a father that he never felt like he, I don't know, had the approval of, or that he felt he ruined his father's life.
like that's not a struggle. Like having all the advantages of growing up rich and then being like, well, actually, I have upended it by living in a shitty place. What is that doing for anyone? This is right back to the point of like the American delusion that all suffering is meaningful because it happened to you.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. I don't know if you guys caught this when you were researching the episode, but there's a whole section on Wikipedia just called "Shotgun Incident."
That is in the book in a later chapter.
Yeah,
I just want to read. I just want to read this next paragraph here. It says, "Instead of going west, my father went to Albright College in Reading, Pennsylvania, after he married my mother, attending classes during the day and working nights at the local ShopRite stocking shelves. Could he have played major college baseball? I don't know, and he doesn't know. But my birth destroyed his dream."
Gotta love it. Love it.
Dude,
yeah.
like,
Yeah. Yeah.
I know my parents wanted me. Their love and support have been profound, but I cannot shake that guilt. When your self-image is being developed, perception becomes reality, or at least your reality. When your self-image is negative, as mine was growing up, you gravitate towards shame. You gravitate toward feeling unwanted. These feelings become your comfort zone, even though they provide no comfort whatsoever. They are the default place you go because they are familiar. They also become the building blocks of depression. It starts in childhood and grows bit by bit, ultimately, until you are imprisoned by it. I need to let go of what my birth did to my parents, but I am not good at letting go of anything.
John, that was 56 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. At one point in this book, he does talk about like a recent health scare that his dad has. I think like his dad and mom are both still around, and God bless them. But like he says, like his dad nearly died like a couple years ago and was like in a coma in the hospital for a week, and then like recovered. And he's like, I'm so glad I still have both of my parents. I can't imagine what life would be like without them, so I won't. It's like you're 56 and both of your parents are still alive. You're playing with house money. I got news for you. You should probably start to consider what life is going to be like without them.
He is going to be a type of person we have discussed often on the show. I think in our most recent episode, actually.
The adult orphan.
The guy was like 62, and he's like, I don't know what the fuck to do now that my parents are gone. This is the darkest time in my... I never imagined. I thought they would live forever.
Felix, you've like coined a type of person, too, that John falls under, where it's like, you're this incredibly caustic, adversarial, whiny cocksucker that like your whole thing is just being like, nah. And then the moment somebody's like, hey, dude, you're fat and fucked up looking and you should shut the fuck up for the rest of your life. And the guy goes, how could anyone ever speak to me like this?
Yeah.
How could
and he's talked nonstop about like how like the left was so much like his current like right wing stands are like due to the fact that like the left has been more mean to him than even Republicans were about his stroke or his like suicidal ideation. And it's like okay. Like once again, you're a senator. And like
Yeah.
you're giving millions to war and fucking like
Yes.
fucking over all the same like hard scrabble folk in Western Pennsylvania that you're supposed to be representing. It's like it goes with the territory. Like fucking reap the benefits of your evil. Like that's what Jake. That's the thing that's so annoying to me. Is that like this whole book is about how hard it is to be him, and it's just like. You've won, okay? Like you're a senator now. You won the most expensive race in Pennsylvania U.S. Senate history. Reap the rewards of being evil. Enjoy it. But it's just like it's just this woe is me attitude that he has because he's like, I have depression. My family hates me.
He's like people say like, oh, we're entering the millennial era of politics with like who's the bitch that runs Italy? What's her fucking name? Maroney, whatever.
Yeah, Maloney. Yeah.
Okay, so the back of her phone, I don't know if y'all remember, they zoomed in on it, and she had a sticker that was like, "Girl, you can beat your anxiety" in Italian. It was like one of those like, "Girl, you are not your emotions." Like, we're entering an era of global politics where like the fascists and the enablers of them, they're not scary. They're not like hardened World War I motherfuckers who like rose through the ranks of the Wehrmacht and then into the end of or the guys that hung around, crazy motherfuckers that hung around Mussolini. They're all like whiny Gen X like babies, or they're like millennials that were like, guys, I've been doing a sad.
Yeah, their World War I was putting on some gangster rap, putting their hair into a messy bun, and drinking some coffee and handling it.
Yeah, you're right. Yes, and
Felix. At several points in this book, John Fetterman talks about how Starbucks is his favorite thing in the world, and that he needs to start every day with a cup of Joe from Starbucks specifically.
By the way, going back to the thing about how he said this is the only reason I'm in politics is for the real, country bumpkins who need. All the serfs who need like a guy like me who's also authentic in there. And it's like, did they ask for you to change your stances based on how much people hurt your feelings? Did they specifically ask? Hey, John, I know that like, we wanted Medicaid expansion, but me and the guys have been talking and we would love to die from crippling austerity because of the bad replies you've been getting.
It's the one thing I never liked about the trauma market, the commodification of pain and like the therapy speak, where it's like, okay, all your shit's out there, and you're still a cocksucker. Like I'm sure you guys know in your personal lives, one of those guys that's like, yeah, I've been really working on myself, and you're like, no, nope. And you can't say that to him because he'll kill everybody in the room because he's got a gun on him. Or in a car, but he, it's one of those guys. It's like, yeah, life was real hard, but I've really been working on myself. Like, I don't even push my wife that hard anymore. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even put the dog in the headlock as like I used to. And you're like, okay, great, John, that's awesome. Like, and then to self-reflect on it in a way that to ask for sympathy, and then to the whole time be like, no, I don't deserve it. It's like you have to pick a side when it comes to that shit.
It's a great example of how. Like constant self-loathing is still like a very obvious form of narcissism.
All right. Well, keeping that in mind, I need to read this section here.
Yep.
This is describing his childhood. He says, "Imagine a little boy at odds with himself, awkward, shy, painfully self-conscious. Imagine that little boy dreading the lunchroom at school, the hierarchical order of jocks over here and freaks over there and nerds in a self-protective circle. And that little boy finding a corner by himself before fleeing into the cocoon of the library where no one would notice him and where he could read USA Today."
Oh, God. I know people who grew up in war zones, you cunt.
What?
Reading USA
Do you think you were the first child to ever be fat?
What?
Like, Jesus
I know, and it's like,
Christ,
it's a shop worn story of someone who feels like self-conscious and awkward in school, doesn't have any friends, and retreats to the library so that they can like, sort of put their mind projected into a world of books. And it's usually like, fiction or like a fantasy or science fiction or something like
Milton.
that. But like he's projecting it into the pages of USA Today, the newspaper that they give you for free in hotels.
Yeah.
It's written for
the official newspaper of stupids.
Yeah.
The official stupid newspaper.
John Fetterman, you should have been reading USA Today. You tall as hell. You should have been hooping. Like what Like,
well, I mean,
he would have taken Gilbert Arenas' gun and put it in his mouth.
Hey, it goes on here. The little boy was tall for his age, and his ears made him an easy target. He was routinely made fun of and bullied. One kid relentlessly picked on him on the school bus, and the little boy became so scared he urinated in his pants. He moved further into isolation and had no friends except for the kid whose family had just relocated from Denmark. It was a union of necessity. It didn't matter that the kid from Denmark didn't speak much English. They found each other because there was no one else to find. Imagine the embarrassment of receiving no Valentines and everyone in your class knowing it. Imagine going trick-or-treating and being told by adults that you were too tall to be the age you are, even though you were really just a kid. Imagine a list being passed around in class when you were in 7th grade rating the boys in terms of their looks and getting a 2. Imagine picking up Dungeons and Dragons in a vain attempt to find friends. Imagine all that, and you can imagine me.
Wow. I've never heard of this before. A kid who was awkward and got picked on. I mean, I thought you were a real asshole, John, but the fact that like none of your classmates thought you were a dime when you were 13, kill a million more people.
Well, like that's the thing about it too. Is it you said earlier? It's like you are a politician and a pretty high profile one. First of all, look, if you're 6'8" and you're getting bullied, that's your problem. You should be knocking children.
I know.
You know what I mean? Like if you're 6'8", like 280, and someone's
if you were like as so big as a child that adults mistake you, like think you're an adult trying to scam them out of Halloween candy, and you're getting picked on the school bus.
Yeah, that's your problem. That's like, was that Thomas's old post where people got mad at you, where you're like, if you get molested by Stephen Hawking, it's your fault. I'm not trying to bite your bit, big dog, but that's the same thing. Where it's like that part of the book where he's just like, oh, relentless bullying. I'm like, you're 6'8". Just start ripping people's arms off. Just do whatever the fuck you got to do. Like, it's a kind of like, it's like a pathetic thing where you're like, I can't feel bad for you. You had every way out. You know what I mean? Maybe he's a gentle giant, didn't want to hurt anybody, but even that I don't buy.
I doubt it. Looking at his output as of this week, I mean, this is basically like I was viciously mocked. I got wedgies, all because I took my gun to school.
Yeah, wait, who's giving him wedgies? Fucking Balrog? Like who the fuck is? Like who's bullying? Like who the fuck is bullying? This big, I'm just thinking of like him looking as he is now. Maybe he's got a full head of hair, and like some guy's like, "Hey, fucking loser!" Like who's spitballing that guy or whatever? I don't fucking know. Maybe there was another big cocksucker that was there giving him a hard time. But
the actual tallest man to ever be elected to the Senate, the guy who's 6'10".
Yeah,
I mean, maybe this is what Western Pennsylvania is like. If you're a 6'8" child, you are still getting bullied in school because the other orcs that John Fetterman was the orc, but like the kids he went to high school with were the Urukai.
Right. Yeah. So you know how like
created by Saruman.
How people say they're born in the wrong generation. Like I have this running theory in my head because I knew some guys who got really good at LARPing, like sword fighting, and like they were like hell autistic. We worked at the same little like restaurant, and I was like, man, these guys, if like 500 years ago, they would have been in like the knight's court. They would have sat next to the king. John Fetterman probably hates himself because his spirit belongs in like 812 Ireland, where he's just pulling like a 900-pound granite stone, like down a cobblestone path at the request of the king or whatever the fuck. Like
it would feel so good to throw stuff at him, though. It'd be like throwing big rocks at a Clydesdale. You know what I mean? Just the thuds. It would be like when you throw pumpkins when they're old. You know what I mean? Just the hollow sounds.
Yeah, you know, I all hypothetically in Minecraft, of course, but somebody takes a pot shot at him and the bullet ricochets off his head and makes like a church bell sound.
Yeah, he would have a big red bump. His hat would start rising up.
Looney Tunes?
I've lived my entire life on big head mode.
Yeah.
This is where he talks about his place of refuge, which is a field with butterflies. He writes here, I became obsessed with those butterflies. I admired their sense of commitment, which seemed in opposition to my own rudderlessness. I was growing up with no idea of who I was, no idea of what I wanted to be, except for the usual kid's dream of becoming an astronaut. There was also a sense. There was also a sense of tragedy.
I got some bad news. unless they're gonna resort to sending animals into space again and killing them. Some bad news about that dream.
There was also a sense of tragedy to those monarchs, given that the millions of acres of milkweed that had been plowed under, sacrificed to urban, suburban, and agricultural growth, and to such an extent that the monarch butterfly has become an endangered species. More than 1 billion lost in our disposable society. Sadly, much like the monarch, part of that meadow is now gone, plowed under in the name of progress. Reading this, I want to die reading this. You see what I mean about his depression is contagious reading this book.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's also like he's doing the kind of thing, this kind of like nostalgic, listless prose that I think a lot of people are doing right now. In every aspect of anything. Like it's right now there's a certain type of like miasma around autobiographical writing where it's like, I used to go to a parking garage and I would watch 2 slugs. And you're like, don't you had somebody killed. You know what I mean? Like it's like with Fetterman, it's like you used to go to a big field with butterflies and feel bad because you probably scared the fuck out of them. You know?
yeah. It's like paint by the numbers interiority.
Yeah.
I remember when I was in like 7th grade, I tried to read that Dave Eggers book, Heartbreaking Work of Staggering Genius or whatever the fuck it's called. And I did just like one time I tried to like write like him, like a 7th grader's idea of like what good writing is like. So I just overly described like everything.
Right.
Because if I'm describing every fucking millimeter of my internal monologue in every single thing that happens, that's good writing.
Yes. Yeah. It's like when I had the same thing in junior high, I was reading like a lot of Bukowski. So I would try to be like, I went to the store, I got some cigarettes, I jacked off, I looked at a lady's titties, and then I went back home and I smoked the cigarettes, and then you're like, damn, I really am onto something. Like, but that's a critical moment in your life where you go, I'm on to nothing. I'm on to shit. I'm on to fucking cock and balls. I'm on to not a goddamn thing. And so he hands that first draft about the butterflies, and somebody's like, this is beautiful, John. This is going to get you sympathy from all of the Gen Z baristas that you like make fun of or whatever.
Try to pick up at the Elks Lodge. Going on, he says, my mother cut my and Greg's hair with a dull pair of scissors until we finally went to a barber just before entering 10th grade. The 2 of us looked like homely mutant kids, which I guess was better than Mrs. Klein, the matriarch of Klein's Grocery, asking Greg and me if we were sisters.
Fuck?
Look, man. Everyone holds grudges to an extent, but I don't think it's healthy to remember a grudge that this isn't like 50-year grudge. He's holding against like the grocery store bitch.
Yeah, you know what's him and Bam are from the same area, and I like the idea of him being like, "Come on, guy, just leave me alone. I'm just a big tall. I gotta go. I got a wedgie. I gotta take care of. I don't know how I'm gonna be able to deal with this. You know, like the Westchester accent or whatever. Like how the fuck, dude? All right." Dream Blunt rotation.
Uncle Vito got too bored to molest him. Yeah. He's like, this kid.
It's like, hey, the kid's too tall. I can't grab his penis. He's too tall. I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna do it. He's too. I went to go grab his penis. I got his asshole. So I don't know how to. Yeah.
All right. That's basically everything from the first chapter. We don't have much. I mean, like honestly, like this book is going to have to be like done over several episodes of the show, but I want to jump ahead. I want to, because like there's too much stuff. We're not gonna have time to get to like his depressive crisis after getting elected to the Senate,
his near-death experience.
I just want to jump ahead to the chapter where he lets his wife write about how they met. And, okay. This is chapter 5, The Wife's Tale. He's Chaucer or something. He goes, he's become the mayor of Braddock at this point. And he writes, I loved being the mayor of Braddock. The job wasn't always easy, especially in the years of the lost lives, But I was chapter. Okay, I have to explain that. Chapter 4, he has a series of 4 tattoos. He has like a series of dates tattooed on him.
Enough.
Memento.
But like, yeah. But basically they're to commemorate like a series of like really grisly murders that happened in Braddock while he was living there that he like never wants to forget about. It's okay. But he says here, sometimes I thought it was all I needed or wanted. And then I met Giselle. She can tell her story best. And now this is one of the parts of the book where like it's in italics and he lets people in his life sort of share their perspective. So this is Giselle writing. My first impression of John was like most first impressions of John. He was exceptionally large. I was lucky if I came up to his shoulder, but I could tell right away he was good. There was just a goodness to him, to his eyes, to his face, and the way he spoke about the town, the level of respect towards it. He spoke about it with such dignity, the need to protect the history and honor the history. John may not be outwardly emotive, but inside he is passionate and sensitive, unable to put aside what he sees as injustice and feeling inevitable disappointment when something doesn't go the way he hoped. He will fight to the end and not back down, whatever the fallout. He is the most authentic man I have ever met, even if it can make him the most stubborn.
You know, I just realized something. John Fetterman's age, where he's from, and his disposition, he's probably sat in his car and listened to American Football's Never Meant and just had like a, you know, like just his big ass in a Jeep Wrangler, like, not to be overly dramatic. And then his kid's like, Dad, are you okay? And he's like, shut the fuck up. You know, just like he's trying to have like a 2014 Tumblr mental emotional aesthetic moment while he's listening to American Football, and he can't because he's too goddamn big.
Jake, don't think I've asked you this, but this is one of the now a multi-year executive investigation on my part. JD Vance, brand new listener?
No, JD Vance strikes me as a guy who doesn't like that type of stuff, but was primarily motivated by getting pussy from girls who did like that kind of stuff. So he could probably, he probably knows 70 times 7 and a couple of the singles. I don't think JD Vance listens to music anymore. I think.
Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. It was the original thing was Ron DeSantis, brand new listener.
Yes, Ron DeSantis,
and that I think absolutely.
Yeah.
JD Vance, no,
JD Vance probably listened to like the Polyphonic Spree or something, or like. Or he just strikes me when you grow up with like drug addict parents, you're usually listening to what they're listening to. So maybe he was listening to like Alice in Chains and being like,
Yeah, he probably listened to Alice in Chains until he went to Yale, and then he was like, he probably met Usher because he was like, do you want to watch the Flaming Lips concert DVD?
I can't. By the way, like of all like. I think about like being in a long-term relationship, Will and Thomas, you guys, like if I went on national television and disrespected my wife as frequently and as often as this cocksucker does.
Of course I want Usher to go to heaven. But, we'll see how it works out.
Yeah, I hope my brown wife goes to white heaven. Like, that's like... that's what it sounds like. He'll be like, gosh, bless her brown heart, but, one day I hope that she sees the glory of converting to Catholicism as a 36-year-old man.
Look, he wants to be president. He's going to divorce her sometime in the next 4 years because he knows that the voting base that he's going for will not cotton to his not white wife and 3 not white children.
Fuentes keeps being like, yeah, he's a big fat gay guy who married a Jeet. And you're like, come the fuck on. You got to handle this shit, big dog. And the way you should handle it is distancing yourself from Fuentes and gang. But I see the gears
he wants
turning.
He wants to get gassed up in the group chat. With
exactly. So his gears are turning. And he's looking at Erica Kirk's flat fucking polyester ass. And he's like, God damn, I'm going to crack that shit like a sofa from Cons.
Well, when I'm a senator, I'm gonna do a thing like that. I'm going to be like, I love my wife, but like for the time being, she is goy cattle. I hope, that she's Jewish in her past life. We can work something out, but chances are not looking good for the Book of Life.
But she's been a great servant to me and my family.
If there was a guy, like I'm trying to think, like putting myself in her shoes, and my husband, who's vice president, is like not denouncing, like these racial slurs thrown at me, but actually trying to court these people. I'm like, what is the end game? And then I think about John Fetterman, and it's like when his wife is like, yeah, sometimes he does the thing from Hereditary where he smashes his head into the desk. All the new scary movies where they just start smashing their head into the wall. It's like,
I just say, like, I once again, you bring up Hereditary. Fetterman's driving skills don't even get me going on that. I hope just nobody get in a car with him. So speaking a little, like, and also, I mean, Fetterman's got to think too, because like Giselle does talk about how, like, she was born in Sao Paulo. No, she was born in Rio. She grew up in Rio de Janeiro, and she moved to New Jersey, Newark, and then like she moved with her family, and she was undocumented for a lot of her life. So once again, it comes back to his current political positions of like victimizing people exactly like his beloved wife Giselle. It's just, once again, it's like makes it really hard to connect with him on a human level or have any sympathy for his struggles of being a big ugly Mongo for all his entire life. This is hated by everyone.
The blazing saddles, but
yeah. So this is back to Giselle here. He says, we moved to Harrison, New Jersey when I was 13, and I got my first job at Baskin-Robbins. I lived in fear of being deported and was convinced I was going to die a tragic death at an early age. I even paid in my teens to be cremated when I died. This is like, okay, I just want to say, like, you may be wondering, like, what does Giselle see in this guy? And I think these sections here do like a good job of sort of explaining how she could end up with a guy like John Fetterman. He says here, I didn't want my mother to have to go through my possessions when I died. In elementary school, I broke my nose and had subsequent breathing problems, but because I was undocumented, I could not get health insurance. I had to wait almost 2 decades before I could be treated. My mother and grandmother became convinced that the toilet paper in school was contaminated, so they made me bring my own and even made a little purse for it embroidered with my name.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah.
And it's like,
and whenever he paid to be cremated, it was really expensive because they're gonna have to bury him in the ground like a pig, like to actually break his body down.
These people sound like they're perfect for each other, honestly.
I like the contrast between his wife, who, for whatever reason, her parents made her bring her own embroidered toilet paper purse to school to use her own special toilet paper that wasn't contaminated. I guarantee you she had a ton of friends in high school and everyone liked her in marked comparison to her fucking husband.
Yeah.
Because like that's probably like the lamest thing your parents could force on you. Like, I mean, in the house of pain that is like junior high or high school in America, imagine being the kid whose parents make you bring your own toilet paper to school.
That's a kind of a common thing. My parents didn't like the pocket pussy I was assigned in middle school, and my mom was trying to make her own. But, that's the sort of stuff you get over.
Yeah. I'm looking at pictures of her, and I'm like, okay, you probably, you come over from Brazil, you see a true white king, the first true white king, and you go, yeah, that's my hubby. And then you find out every time he gets behind the wheel of a Toyota Camry, he has like a Magneto mind meld moment where he just becomes one with the vehicle and tries to kill everybody in like a 2-mile radius.
It's really sad. She probably really thought she won the lottery because she was like, oh my God, this great white oaf, his dad is a big success. I am saved from my destiny of marrying a guy named Jefferson Euclides Pythagoras Mueller Pereira.
Or a guy named Gilbert Johnson.
Gilbert, any of those guys who are just going to disappear from our house so him and his uncle could shove soccer balls up each other's assholes. But no, that would have been way better.
Oh, man.
Going on, Giselle writes here, when I was 19, I bought a 3-family home at a sheriff's sale in the North Ward of Newark, near the cherry blossoms of Branch Brook Park. I have always been impulsive, and I didn't even tell my mother about it until the bid had been accepted. I knew she would think I was crazy and taking on too much. Maybe I was. I chose to live in Newark. I wanted to be in a place where investing in the community could make a difference. Pause. Okay, sorry to let you in on this, Giselle, but it's Newark. She says, I also liked adventure. It was a rough neighborhood, and everybody worried I would get killed. Right after I moved in, a neighbor congratulated me, mentioning the dwelling's history. What history? Someone had hanged himself in the living room. There was a history of suicide in my family, so this news wasn't shocking. Although I swear I could hear weird things in that house. You see what I mean? Like the pieces begin to fall into place. Yeah.
I love
the pieces are all sort of arranging to form a picture that is becoming more sort of legible.
America's most haunted family.
Well, like when he said to Bill Maher, he was like, "Oh, when I had my stroke, it gave me the freedom to leave the left," and which like perfect, no notes or whatever. You know, everybody has to have a story about how they left the left to become something else. Russell Brand got into ambulance and rape. And, you know, John Fetterman got into...
Fetterman was like, I can't feel my left side, so I guess that's a sign.
All right.
Fuck.
This is how they met. In 2007, at a yoga retreat in Costa Rica offering 10 days of total contemplative silence, I picked up a magazine in the lobby called Ready Made. I am not sure what it was doing in Costa Rica and started to read it. The cover story was on John and his efforts in Braddock, trying to raise up a community through programs that would attract artists because the housing stock was so cheap, entering into public-private partnerships. The article stuck in my head. Braddock popped up again when I was reading about the Brooklyn Bridge and how the steel had come from the Edgar Thomas Mill right across the street from where we now live. I had never heard of this community in my life, and now I'm reading about it back and forth. Brazilians believe in signs, and this had to be one. I wrote the borough a handwritten letter and said I wanted to see Braddock. It got into John's hands as the mayor. He never saved the letter. Sentimentality is not his strong suit. But it went something like this. Hi, my name is Giselle. I work as a nutritionist in Newark. I have a small nonprofit. I serve a population that is similar to the population you serve. I read about Braddock. I'd love to visit and learn more. I enclosed my business card, though I never expected a response. I simply liked sending letters to people I found interesting. I put it out in the world and forgot about it. John phoned me with an invitation on his birthday, August 15th, 2007. Birthdays, once again, sort of a theme in his life. We arranged to meet the following October in Braddock. My brother texted me before I left. Text me a photo of what you're wearing in case this mayor is a murderer and I have to identify the body.
Very, very nice.
He's such an asshole, just like not saving any of this. It's like, do you realize that you won the lottery by having like a nice, normal wife? Like, granted, a haunted wife, but like, you know, compared to you, very nice and normal. He is such a prick. I wonder if it was like he got the letter from her and he's like, oh, the greatest enemy my entire life, nutritionists. Fuck this woman.
I always get confused whenever guys like him like make the big news because I'm like, you have a simple solution to all the cruelty that gets thrown your way is to just fix your heart. In the immortal words of Mr. Lynch, fix your heart or die. It seems easy to me. I think maybe it's like I have a bunch of stupid opinions, and if some guy was like, hey, if you don't stop having these, I'm gonna call you a fat, ugly piece of shit forever. Also, 1 million people will. I'd be like, all right, maybe I need to switch it on up. You know what I mean?
At this point, when he says like her brother was like, text me a photo of what you're wearing in case I need to identify your body.
Yeah.
Here is where Fetterman goes, may I interject? Giselle says, go ahead. This is now John writing like in conversation with his wife in this chapter. He writes, how on earth did a woman like you end up in Braddock with someone like me? I had dated in the past, but I never thought I would get married. It just didn't mesh for me. I had always been something of a loner, used to doing things my way, and was not a great conversationalist. Filtering through my life and had been lingering self-loathing, which can take a toll on any relationship. I never thought I would have kids. I still don't know and never will understand how you ended up with me. There are still moments when I think you're going to look at me and say, I'm gone. So why are you still here?
This book is formatted like House of Leaves. Everything. Like, everything you tell me, it's like Johnny Truant and then fucking the old guy Zapato and then fucking the other guy that they're and then the footnotes where it's like John Fetterman found out that he was more depressed than his Brazilian wife, and then there's like a separate footnote for that. Like the whole book you're describing seems like, you know, like a Danielewski book or something. Like it doesn't, like a multi-perspective thing about how badly this guy just sucks nuts. Like if House of Leaves is like a kind of a horror / love story, Unfettered is just like a bunch of different perspectives and footnotes and references about how this 6'8" guy just blows nuts. He just sucks. He's just not a good dude.
So he asks his wife, "Why are you still here?" And she responds, "We have 3 beautiful children together. You have a core of kindness. You are like Paul Rudd and Metallica and The Simpsons and Dumb and Dumber. It is never a dull moment with you, except for the first 2 weeks when you are honeymooning. Marriage is not a holiday. If you don't get on your spouse's nerves sometimes, then you aren't really married. You must feel the same way. Moments of frustration are in the DNA of any marriage. And now I would like to continue." He says, "Please do." She goes on for a bit, and then she writes, I got used to his size, but others did not. He was tattooed and had a goatee, and sometimes in the beginning, people would cross the street if they saw him coming. When we checked into hotels, it was often assumed that we were not together.
Damn.
She got a little too much glee out of that one.
Yeah.
You know those couples that they'll have like big screaming matches on the subway and then be like, "What do you think?"
Yeah.
I prefer that to like
Yeah.
this like just disgusting attempted cutesy shit.
You know, like the couples on Facebook, they're like people you went to junior high with, and it's like it'll be a picture of them nodding off in like a Chevy Cobalt, and it's like, "I just can't quit you. I know I throw shit at you. I know I know that I foot sweep you like fucking like a judo Olympian down the stairs, but
I've grabbed your wrist 7 billion times."
Yeah. That's him and Giselle. But wasn't she gonna leave for a bit after he kept getting mad in the car? That was
a rumor. That was a rumor. I don't know how much I believe that, though. I mean, it's. I feel like she's trying to kind of like have her cake and eat it too, in a sense.
Yeah.
In that there were a lot of like stories where you could tell like the sourcing was from her anonymously, and it's her trying to like distance herself from Fetterman's more odious stances. And like, granted, she is in like a shit position having kids with this guy, but I feel like at a certain point, it's like becoming the public face of a horrific genocide is either a deal breaker or it isn't for you, you know?
And the public face is a goddamn golem. The public face is a myth from the fucking people. Yeah.
All right, I think I have to close. I think I have to close it. But I have so many notes on this book. It goes on. I mean, like it's a pretty short book. At a future episode, I would like to get to his accounting of his stroke and his subsequent depressive crisis that happened right after he got elected to the Senate, which is jaw-dropping. But like, if I read any more of this book, like I said, like I'm for mental health reasons, I need to put a plug in it for today.
Yeah. No, I get it. Yeah.
But like I said, like I think that's a good sort of opening salvo from the mind of Fetterman. In the mouth of sadness.
the gaping maw. Yeah. Poor guy.
Yeah. Now, if you've listened to the show recently, first time or long time, if you listen to Chapo, you know 2 things about Felix and I. That we are fans of both John Fetterman and RXKNephew.
The 2 men bringing back hip hop.
Yeah. And now, we've referenced before the brilliant tweet that made John Fetterman into an RXKNephew lyric. Kill myself at my son's birthday party. I'm the worst guy in the Democrat Party. We've said Fetterman, Slitherman many times on this show, and listeners of the show reached out to RXKNephew. He's very gregarious on Instagram. He will respond to a lot of people.
Enterprising.
He's very enterprising musician. And they inquired to Mr. Nephew, how much would it cost to do a song about John Fetterman? RXK responded, $500. I have my engineer with me right now. Listeners, friends, I answered the call. I gave RXKNephew $500. I feel like the modern day Medici family for my sponsorship of the arts. But without further ado, here is RXKNephew's untitled John Fetterman track that was worth every penny and then some.
Steal it twice the price.
Yeah. The best line is when he says, John Fetterman can suck my dick. Actually, no, I don't want him to do that.
I get the sense he was learning more about Fetterman as he went.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't be more thrilled. RXK, he fucking crushed it with the John Fetterman song.
He really did.
Yeah, it's the RXKNephew untitled John Fetterman song. Till next time, everybody. Bye-bye. And